All right. We got Western Decline on the line. How's it going, everybody? Oh, wow. We got a few people in the chat already. Nice to see everybody. It's been a little while. I don't think I've streamed for like 2 or 3 weeks. How you doing, man?
Oh, hanging in there. It's glad to be back. Glad to, piggyback off your audience. I do appreciate people that, let me on their channels, because I no longer have my own. So it's nice to be back on YouTube where there is actually an audience. I do think that other platforms are a waste of time. I really do. I don't think it's kind of like you'd have more success taking over YouTube than you would going to another platform.
I don't believe in the other platforms. I don't believe. I just believe in like monopoly or like the the best the best or the top tier platforms are where you should be.
Having the best platforms is important. I mean, look at Jews. Look, like the second there's a big platform that they don't own, like that's priority number one. Like, no, we need this. Like, it's not optional. TikTok, they're criticizing us on TikTok. We're buying TikTok. We need that platform. They would never even think of going anywhere else.
Don't you think it's kind of weird that Trump's not on Twitter and just uses like these like he like puts out these long like
It's
paragraphs on True Social? It's
I
biz-
don't even know what to make of that, especially when, you're supposed to be politically teamed up with Elon Musk. Like, why you have these competing platforms, it's nonsensical. There's not even cross-platform integration. Like if you want to let Trump have his own kind of fucking retarded playpen for boomers, just kind of have a sectioned off version of X. Like, I don't know why you'd put it on a completely separate website where people can't interact with it unless your whole purpose is to prevent people from interacting with it.
well, he puts out like these long posts. Like, does anybody have you ever went to the website? I've never been.
His posts are it's honestly like they're almost written by AI at this point. They all follow the same cadence, they're all the same kind of length, and they have the same humorous punctuation. Like the joke is timed at the exact same spot in each paragraph. It's so formulaic. It used to be funny at first, but now the guy's just a broken record that doesn't do anything.
I, I don't think I know anybody that's ever logged on to True Social ever in
Me
my
either.
life. It doesn't make any sense to me. And you got to think he's allowed on Twitter. I would hope so. He's the president or whatever. I don't understand it. I don't know why anyone would go to Rumble or Kick or I should probably do like well, I'm old, but Instagram. If you're like 20 years old, you should probably be using Instagram, right?
Dumpster diving for audiences, man. I don't know. What black pill audience is there on Kick? You got the clavicular guys. Some of them are funny, but like they're effectively like 2016 like lookism black pillars. The normie clavicular is the normie incarnation of like 2016 face and LMS. The
Oh,
same way normies are all conspiracy theorists now. Now they're all looks maxers and black pillars too.
yeah,
Now that they got the DLC.
look at this in the chat. Scotty Boom, like, see, he uses his face and he actually talks about. I mean, he might not be perfect or whatever, but yeah, you're not allowed to do. You can't do YouTube and make money, Bucko.
What do you get? You get
2 week ban.
you get banned for making clapping noises.
I mean, that's why I'm just trying to. I get why you're not back on YouTube. There's no point. I mean, Scotty Boom is
I
not.
mean, I tried to get back on YouTube. After I got perma'd, I went through two more accounts and both of them got shut down. So it's there's just only so much that can be done, and for me, like I like these are fun. I like talking to the boys, but it's not a productive path in life. You're effectively I may as well be a Hebrew Israelite ranting on the corner of the
How much
street
do you
on
think Undead
soapbox.
Chronic makes? Doesn't
I
he
don't
post like
know.
his PayPal
It
and shit?
if Undead Chronic is getting paid, which I mean, he's been going so long repetitively, I have to imagine he is to some degree. If he is being paid, I don't think it's from like random people fucking donating to him. It's probably an army of Peter Thiel bots fucking sending money to his shit. Like I can't think of an actual person being that an actual human being that would sit down at their computer or turn on their phone and go, I gotta give money to Undead Chronic.
Yeah. Uh, do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is alive?
Who knows? You know, that's kind of a rabbit hole in and of itself because World War II, like they openly admit, basically every president in World War II had a dozen body doubles. And at that point, who's the real one? Doesn't matter if there's the real one. You know, if your president's going to be a puppet anyway, as long as you have somebody that looks exactly like him or very, very close running around, for all intents and purposes, he's alive.
Yeah. I was talking to my brother about it, and we were just kind of like waiting to see, and I don't know what to make of that. I mean, I don't know if Biden's alive. Like I don't. I mean, I guess maybe I'm a crazy person, but he looks like a different human being than when I saw him like 10 years, 15
I
years
mean,
ago.
a lot of them do. Like Trump does too. A lot of these people like that. It's a whole other topic with the celebrities, the
Jim Carrey, yeah,
cloning,
Jim
the
Carrey.
feigning of deaths. Like
Did you?
who knows what's going on? It's we'll probably never know. I used to watch these kind of breakdowns. Like I used to watch a lot of transvestigation stuff that would, evaluate celebrities for being troons, and kind of adjacent to that was this whole branch of conspiracy about celebrities faking their death, and a lot of the celebrities, pop back up as somebody else. So who knows? There was the thing about people thinking they seen Jeffrey Epstein in Florida, but I gotta say that guy didn't look very much like him.
Well, everyone has like a doppelganger. Like you take a photograph of some random dude. I mean, there's probably someone that looks just like anybody all walking the earth.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to think of the Jeffrey Epstein. Like, is he alive or dead? Like, I don't think he died. Like, but I don't
Oh,
think.
I don't think he died too. I don't think he'd be stupid enough to be running around in public either. Well, as Epstein's alive and playing Fortnite. Yeah, didn't somebody say? Because in the emails, it came out that Jeffrey Epstein had like a Fortnite and like a Battle.net account and then like a Steam account and all this shit. And somebody seen that he'd logged into one of them since allegedly dying.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like the whole Netanyahu thing. Or is that good if he did die, or bad, or for the U.S. or for Trump? I don't even know.
I mean, the blackmail they have on American politicians doesn't go away when Netanyahu dies. So I don't think it matters. You know what I mean? Like you would need the complete collapse of the political state of Israel, and even then that might not be enough, because if Israel wasn't even on the map, like you blink your eyes, you clap your hands, you tap your heels 3 times, I want to go home, and there's no Israel, you still have diaspora Jews everywhere with their like talons stuck in the local politicians. So if they were able to get Israel the first time, given to them, gifted, what's to stop them from just getting it again?
How much is gas where you live?
I don't know. I haven't really worried about gas because I haven't really put gas in a um four-wheeled vehicle for years now at this point, and it's so cheap on a motorcycle I don't even think about it.
Yeah, I kind of wonder like what the next 2 3 years look like. I just fear it's gonna be like just horrible for regular people. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I think it's gonna we may actually one way to um kind of balance stuff between families, guys that already succeeded with family and women, and single guys is to kind of have runaway inflation. If everything gets so fucking expensive that people can't even afford it on a dual income, then a dual income isn't really doing better than you on the single income. They're not they're not any higher in the pyramid. If you can't afford a property with two incomes, you're not any better than the person with one. So people with kids and all this other shit, like, I don't want to see kids suffer. I do want to see normies suffer, and they kind of just go hand in hand. The gamer dads, they're gonna have to spend money on inflation, increased cost, diapers, and baby formula because their wife doesn't want to breastfeed and everything else. It's all going to get more and more expensive. So as a single guy, if your living situation's under control, you can kind of just ride it out, because if it's going to be too expensive for you, it's going to be too expensive for everybody.
Well, is it almost preferable to be an inkwell than be like a
I
normie? Like,
don't I don't think it's preferable, no, but it does have its own silver linings, I believe. I don't think it's better. I don't think if I was in the other position, would I want to trade in for being an incel? But
a friend of mine was texting me. He got this new job or whatever. He's like a janitor, and he said his coworker has never got a swipe right or a match on online dating. He's like almost 50, I think. But I mean, child support and divorce, I mean, would have been the outcome. I mean, is it almost what's preferable, you think? Never getting a match on a dating site or being divorced and having to pay child.
I don't envy a relationship that didn't start in high school. That's how I feel about it.
That's a good take.
So, because I have a hard time believing it's the real thing when you're meeting the woman half a decade deep into her uh, self-exploration, let's say.
Yeah, you're so good with this kind of angle. That relationships are for young people. The idea that you would ever marry a 29-year-old woman or a 27-year-old woman, that's crazy.
Oh, you find some cool girl you want to hang out with, whatever, but like it is what it is. I look at your situation. I have an element of respect for you because you didn't put a ring on it. Like a lot of guys in your position would have. They would have gone,
Oh,
oh, well, this is my girl, and finally got her, and she's
well,
my gal. I'm gonna tie it together.
I went to the bar, like one of them dive bars. It was like, well, I guess it's St. Patrick's Day. It was on Tuesday, but over the weekend. And these boomers were trying to tell me I need to put a ring on it. They're like trying to hit on my girl or whatever and say I need to marry her. And I got my like nephew, he's gonna like swoop her up and well, you better hurry up and put a ring on it.
That's fucking insanely disrespectful. Like that's basically fighting words. I'd have, unless there was a giant fucking monster of a boomer, I'd want to swing on them. What the fuck? You have the gall to come up to my face and tell me your nephew's gonna take my bitch? Are you joking?
Well, I don't really worry about it. Like if he did, I mean, I wouldn't care.
That's no, I know, but think of the audacity.
Oh,
Whether you care or not, like that's beside the point. Like imagine what has to be running through somebody's fucking head to say that to somebody. Like, are you trying to die?
I get that a lot. People say I need to wife up my girlfriend. I'm like, why? Like, why? What the fuck for? Like, I think I even said something like, well, Kurt Russell's still with that Goldie Hawn. Like, they've never got married. They're still together. You know, like, you don't need to get married. Well, I mean, to me, marrying any woman over age like 23 or 25, 25 seems ridiculous.
23's 10 years deep, man.
Yeah.
That's the I mean, uh, you get the accusation, right, where it's very common if you're like a I want the virgin wife hardliner, if you take the undead chronic no hymen no diamond stance, people will immediately just jump to this person is a pedophile. That's immediately what they conclude because the socially adept normie, although they won't speak about it, um, is aware, like they know through their social circle what women were doing at these different ages, and it's not, it's not waiting for you to come along and be the dutiful husband, that's for sure. They don't do a lot of waiting.
I everyone's saying like get married, like fucking why? Like there's no point. I, I mean, if she's old, like there's I just don't see any reason to get married unless you're like young, like really young, like under 23.
I don't see a purpose of getting married unless that is your one and only. Like if it's not a Romeo and Juliet situation, what are you doing? And that's something that doesn't exist really anymore. Like guys are performative about it. Guys will pretend that, they'll still get down on one knee, but are we going to pretend that that's like a real enthusiasm, that we can't tell that these guys are just like kind of pretending whatever they're getting is the best thing possible as a cope?
I think men actually are the ones that are pushing marriage on other men more than women. Like that dumb boomer at the bar trying to tell me to get married. You fucking crazy, bro. And then everybody in like the red pill community says if you get married, then the sex dries up. So that's just.
I will. I mean, we may as well segue into the previous topic that we were kind of talking about before stream. Like, y- another saga in the women fucking their students uh chronicle that seems to be taking place in North America. I don't know if anyone else seen this, but let me read the article. I'll give it a quick once over here. Colorado school secretary admitted to sex with boy 13 multiple times, and now she's on the run. A Colorado middle school secretary is on the run after authorities say she sexually abused a 13-year-old student for months, even plying the boy with booze and weed during their predatory sex sessions at a park in a Walmart parking lot. Police in Greeley have been unable to locate Brenda Meza, 34, since an initial interview in which she told cops about how she groomed and then had sex with the eighth grader, according to an arrest affidavit obtained by the Post. According to cops, Meza, who also coaches the cross country team and advises the Games Club, said she became so infatuated with the boy that she would get jealous if he talked to girls his own age in school. She also told the teen that his manhood was bigger than her husband's and that she felt like she knew him in another life. The boy told the cops he thought she was corny, but went along with it. An anonymous tip about Meza's alleged abuse of the teen came to the school in early February. After school officials confronted her, she went home and confessed to her husband that she got high and had creepy interactions with the teen. Her husband then called the cops on her. At first, the school employee told the cops that she and the boy got super close to each other. She later admitted to having intercourse with the boy in the back seat of her car. The illicit tryst had taken off after the boy found her Instagram during Thanksgiving break, sparking a series of sick text exchanges, including nude pictures. During questioning, Meza said she had deleted the nudes from her phone, which included approximately 4 from the boy, because she didn't want her husband to see them. The twisted relationship escalated in January, with Meza purchasing marijuana edibles and Buzzball ready-to-drink cocktails for the pair to consume during a meetup in a Walmart parking lot. I don't want to read any more of this, but
No, but
I think it's the anomaly that the husband actually called the police on her. Most of the time, they won't do that. They'll stand by their foid. So many layers of humiliation there. Like, that's fucking insane. This is why I can't take a lot of this shit seriously anymore, because we're at the point where, if you listen to women's self-reports, like, how can you have believe all women when we're being told that 13-year-olds just are hung like horses? According to a 34-year-old woman or 34-year-old woman, 13-year-old boys are hung like horses.
do we know the race of the,
13 it's a white woman, of course. It's every single time it's a white woman.
that's kind of weird, man.
Every single time. I've never seen a black or Asian teacher, female teacher, do any of this. It's a white woman every time.
I can't even believe it that this is so like normal now. It's happening every week since for like 10 years. Since like 2015. I see an article every week about this shit. And I'm gonna get married. You're gonna get cucked by some fucking kid. Some fucking 13-year-old kid. Oh my god. And I bet you're right that most of these dudes probably stay with their wife or try to make it work.
I mean,
Hell,
that the going back to the cop girl that slept with her whole precinct and then pointed the finger and said she was groomed. She was like 35 years old. Her husband stayed with her. She slept with 7, 8, 9 of her coworkers and fingered them all. And then her husband stuck around.
would isn't it kind of wild that there's even women are like the most of the ambulance drivers and cops where whenever I drive around, I see them all the time. Like, why can't I get one of those jobs? Like, you got all these fucking like women that are like 5'6" and like 130 pounds trying to be police officers. It makes no sense to me. It's insane.
Well, it's
And
for the benefits and the authority. Think about it from the woman's perspective. Besides having sex with them, why do women want to get big aggressive dogs? It's because the dog will like protect them. So, e- what sort do you think a house that has a cop car parked in the driveway has to worry about break-ins?
no,
Right? Like, what better deterrent do you have? Women are basically like an aggressively mimicking insect or some other type of animal in the animal kingdom that has, adopted the color and mannerisms of a more dangerous animal in the environment. And it's worse because, if it's a bumblebee pretending to be a wasp, you know that the pretender doesn't really have any actual power. But in the case of the woman, she does. She's pretending and she's powerful.
Yeah, I did you see that clip where Asmongold was talking about how all the white guys are disenfranchised at every level of society?
A lot of people like Asmongold I just can't listen to because these people make me wanna. They're frustrating to me because you choose these milk toast representatives to, bring the messages to the masses, and they're bringing like a watered down diet version of things that were pontificated over a decade ago and pretending that it's new and novel.
Yeah, that's annoying. And they get
I
rich
just,
for it. They get rich
yeah,
too.
yeah, I can't do it. It's like, what would it's almost like being a cuck, because instead of watching the guy fuck the girl, you're watching some guy profit off of doing a worse job than you would have done with stuff that you knew long before him. I imagine kind of it probably feels like Walter White. You sell a company because you have to, you fall on hard times, and your partner turns into a billionaire off of it. The guy that wasn't the brains of the operation. That's what it feels like with this stuff. I feel like Walter White sitting there having to watch my Jew partner like strike it rich off of my intellectual labor. That's what it feels like when I watch Asmongold and these other guys sit here and talk on this subject. Even somebody like Clavicular. Clavicular's funny, but like if you look at his posts, they are Elliot Rodger-esque in his obliviousness.
Yeah. uh,
That's what the clav looks max dot whatever website posts are like.
yeah. I
Now he acts like he knows everything, but it's like a chicken and egg situation, because the guy that gets spoon-fed the results is the one that can legitimize whatever he wants. If Clav came out tomorrow and said that, I've been lying to you all, I actually get all these results because I rub fucking, I don't know, I stuff watermelon rinds up my butt or something. Yeah, how would people say that he's lying? How would they falsify a claim like that? If you manufacture success for somebody, they can just claim, they can attribute that success to whatever they want, and you can push whatever narrative you're interested in pushing. So it's funny. It's nice to see some of this stuff go mainstream, but things only get worse. However bad it is when people don't know, prepare for it to get worse when they do. The only silver lining I see to this kind of being incorporated into the cultural zeitgeist is I read a post the other day where this guy was talking about how if you call somebody a virgin nowadays, or really an incel, it like outs you as an unk. Like it tells young people that you're an old man because you're running around using an insult that uh, covers like 80% probably of young men, whereas it used to be a much smaller portion. Now you're trying to bully the overwhelming majority, and that doesn't really work. Your insult falls flat because you're not reading the room.
well, it bothers me that men go after guys for not getting laid because the guys that say they're getting like all this action are they don't admit that they're not getting the women they want.
I couldn't get a white woman with a gun to my head. Unironically, if somebody told me I had a week to get a white woman, I couldn't do it.
Uh, well, maybe a brat hog or like a big girl.
I don't think I could get anything.
Yeah, yeah, I probably couldn't either. To be real, like let's be real. I mean, I'm old though now. But even then, like try to find like a 32-year-old.
I've been trying my whole life. Okay, I have not let an opportunity go to waste. Anytime a woman that I thought was remotely compatible with me uh, expressed interest, or I thought they expressed interest, I tried to capitalize on it, and it never. Even though I'm seeing smoke, fire never manifested. So the idea that I could get one now on a timeline, I don't think it's even possible. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Yeah, I think. Well, are you on like normie like social media?
I haven't had friends really, like real life friends, since I was maybe like 8th grade. Like once my parents' divorce went in, like when your parents are divorced and your dad's like removed from the home and your mother's fucking working and dating, like there's no getting a ride to the other side of town so you can hang out with your friends. So for me, the only thing I use social media for is for like business stuff. Like Facebook is for Facebook Marketplace,
That's all it's
right?
for.
Like that. It's
No, that's
not
literally
for.
all it's for, bro. Is Facebook Marketplace. That's it. There's no reason to have a Facebook if you're not using the marketplace. There's really no if you're a guy, if you're like a white dude.
And even Facebook Marketplace is like half sketchy prostitutes and like other shit. It's not. It's not that great. It used to be better. I don't. It's like once Craigslist fell off, all the weird sex stuff that used to be on Craigslist is now on Facebook Marketplace. It's honestly gross a lot of the times to even try and scroll through that. A lot of it's just insane slop too. You have people constantly trying to like push whatever their new little cringe hustle is. I can't look through Facebook Marketplace now without every third, fourth ad being somebody trying to sell these fucking AI quip embroidered t-shirts. And it's just page after page after page of them. I don't know. I think it's dead. I think that it's crazy the stuff I can kind of understand why Dismo likes Facebook dating, because you really do get a whole kind of core sample of the community with something like Facebook. There you see posts of Indian people warning other people about Indian scammers. Like that's what Canada has turned into. Canada has turned into Indians scamming Indians and then trying to warn Canadians about the Indian that scammed them on Facebook. I've seen a clip of. Did you ever watch that scumbag sailor video I did? The review of Soft White Underbelly, where he had the face tat douchebag talking about all the pussy he gets.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It's not important. Anyway, there's some. I seen a clip the other day on Facebook Marketplace. This guy warning scammer, and it's a guy. He's covered in fucking face tats. Okay, if you use your gut instinct, you'd see this guy and you go, "I'm not fucking doing business with the guy. This guy's a scammer. This guy's gonna fuck me over." And the whole thing's warning. It's like, yeah, don't believe this guy. He has a stack of cash that he whips out to make you think that he has money to buy things, and then he steals them. And he's got like a 20-second recording of his phone where he caught this guy outside a 7-Eleven or something. He's like, "So what, buddy? You owe me money for the bike, or you owe me the bike back?" And there goes, "I don't know you fucking anything." And he just walks off on him. And the guy, where does the guy get his fucking where does the guy get his what's the guy's path of recourse? He doesn't get his money, he doesn't get his bike. I know I'm going to snitch to Facebook Marketplace, because the police aren't going to do anything. And
How's
the guy punked him. The guy punked him, and Why are you're gonna whip your phone out? You're gonna tell a grown man he has to do something, even if he did wrong you. Like, you gotta, I don't know, you gotta handle that yourself. He stole your lunch money. What are you gonna do about it?
I bought or I was trying to buy one of those old Honda EFs. You know what a Honda EF is?
No, let me look it
Like
up.
a 88 to 91 Civic CRX.
Okay, yeah,
That,
gotcha.
well, I asked the dude if he's white. And he got like offended because he wasn't, he wasn't a white guy, but
Oh,
like I was like an evil racist because I don't want to pick up a car from some homie. He ended up
yeah,
being like a mixed race dude with with a white dad. So I ended up buying the car. This was like years ago, and we got along or whatever. It was cool, but he was like I don't know.
taken aback that you'd
Yeah,
even
because I
have
would
such
even
a
suggest
concern.
that like race
Yeah,
matters at all, or like who you're dealing with. It worked out though because he was half Asian, half white.
yeah,
He's a
that's
cool
it's
guy.
about the only demographic I'd want to do business dealing with machines. Yeah, it might actually be taken care of.
Oh, it was a beautiful car too, man. One of those 90. It was a 91, 91 Honda Civic hatchback SI, like top trim level, like all the like the cruise control, the moonroof. It was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, affordable cars like that are kind of the used market's been destroyed by
You
illegal
know how
immigration.
you know how much one of those would cost today?
A clean EF Civic, probably like 10 grand.
Oh, like 15, 20, bro.
Yeah.
Like that's insane.
Yeah, and they used to be a $500 car or like a grand.
My boomer dad, he well, he bought me and my brother like a car when we were like finishing high school or whatever. And my boomer dad, like he like fucking lowball the used car salesman. I got a black CRX 91 SI for like less than 3 grand with less than 100,000 miles. That car's worth like 20 grand today.
Yeah.
That's why I hate this society, bro. Like everything's so fucking insane with like the prices of everything. You can't even get like a shitty car for $2,000 nowadays. Like a shitty car, like a barely operable.
Yeah, $2,000 is a pile of scrap parts at this point.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. You know the financial dominate financial dom fin dom.
Yeah.
Financial humiliation. It's weird for me, bro, because like, isn't it normal for a guy to want to help women and like support them and take care of them and
Well,
be, feel mas feel masculine?
it's the female weapon, right? Like you have a guy that wants to use women for nothing but sex, and he'll put whatever stimuli he can into them to try to get it. That's what these women do. They're they're basically putting on the character of the nagging bitch wife, and guys that aren't married to them or having sex with them are just like happy wife, happy life, and opening up their wallet to get fucked by these women. Like, I don't.
But isn't it like a natural or a normal way of for a man to like in his psyche to want to like do right by women and to help them and to support them? Like, isn't that like normal that men want to be that way? Not necessarily give them money for nothing, but
I mean, it is, but like I think it also falls into that category of safe horny. where a lot of these guys, like, there is no blueprint for acceptable male sexuality that doesn't humiliate the male. So this just falls into that category. Like, Findom is adjacent to and parallel to muscle mommies and performatively liking body hair on women and pretending that you actually like the tattoos and shitty haircuts and high-waisted, shitty fit jeans, the fupa hiders. Like, it's a safe horny thing. You know, you can pretend like it's a it's a defanging of male sexuality. It's like the muscle mommies. Like, you're acting like a woman.
Well, no men like tell women how stupid they look with the bull ring. Isn't don't men step in and be
Well,
like,
it doesn't matter, because the men that a woman like that would be expected to pair with, she doesn't want. So it doesn't matter what he says. The guys that who these women might actually listen to can just get a girl that doesn't have one, so they don't interact with them or bother.
I was reading the comment section on some of these videos about femdom. These guys are like Muslim and like say they want to give up their religion and they'll give them all their money and I can't believe it. Like,
I mean, I made $1,000 playing World of Warcraft in a month because I met some guy that thought I was a girl that was into this shit. And I said he had a small dick and called him an FAG for a month, and I just made $1,000.
really?
And this guy was like brain dead. There's a bunch of women, so there's like role-playing servers on World of Warcraft. And this guy, like, from what I
Wait a second.
gathered,
Do you do this on purpose to try to like get people to think you're a woman, or are you
Well,
doing it on purpose?
when I was a kid, right? Like, I'd go to role playing servers to try to like interact with women, so I could try and figure out what they actually like when like their guards down. Because when I had a lot of experience, like, people can believe it or not. Like, I was a I was a precocious kind of intelligent child when I was younger. And I'd interact with these like stay-at-home gamer moms that would be playing World of Warcraft while their husbands are at work, and they're trying to like get me to explore my sexuality with them. And that kind of just it wired my brain really weird with I wouldn't put it akin to being molested or anything like that, but it shaped my perspective on women really poorly when I'm like 14 years old and I've got some fucking married woman saying like, "Oh, hang on, I think my husband's home. We'll have to pick this up later," in the middle of like erotic role playing. And I always kind of like stuck with this because I've been like fascinated by it to a degree. But the guy that gave me all that money was from what I gathered, because I was talking to a girl on there that like thought I was another girl. So she's basically like giving me tips on how to get money from this guy, like how like a hooker would train like a new hooker, if that makes sense. And this guy he's like fucking brain dead. The guy that they were getting money from, like, he's actually fucking retarded, but somehow he's on like some kind of Gibbs because he's like brain damaged. He's got like 60 IQ, and he just spends all the thousands of dollars that he gets every month. He just puts into in-game currency and buys attention from women with taxpayer dollar in the game all day.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So like I've encountered there's a whole lot more to this as well, because this is just like one angle that I've encountered over the years, but there's been so much of this. Like, I've ran into so much insane weird shit through my years doing this that I wouldn't put it. I wanted, part of me was curious, right? Because it's like you see all this shit online. I wanted to know if it was real. Like, do women actually just get handed money for existing? And
Which they do.
within they do, yeah, confirmed, because they throw money at guys that you're not even a girl. You just have a thin skin suit of a girl, and you're getting treated like one. You know, I could have kept that going. You know what I mean? And I could probably been living off of it, but the guy was so stupid that I felt like I was basically like a paid nurse almost. He was like a broken record. He'd repeat the exact same fucking 5 kind of remarks on a loop throughout the day while interacting with him.
That's tough. Do you think it's a good
And on the one hand, like I actually had a conversation with the girl that introduced me to this guy about this because I took basically everything he had, and she was fucking like mad at me for it because he didn't have any more to give her until he gets his fucking next like benefits check. So she was like cussing at me. And I told her like, no, like I don't why would I feel bad about this? Like I get no pussy, and this guy's spending tax dollars that people pay for to buy like foot pictures and fucking in-game lap dances.
Do you ever think about maybe?
Why would I feel bad about taking this?
Did you ever have a thought about giving it back at all, or like
No,
returning the money at all?
no. It's like finding a wallet, man. If I find a wallet, you know, you'll get your cards back, but the cash is gonna be gone. Okay,
Yeah,
like
I found a lady's wallet.
I don't feel bad about it. Like
I found a
there was a time where I may have been naive enough. Sorry, go ahead.
well, I found a lady's wallet like in the smoke room at the casino, you know, and I just turned it in. I didn't even check it. I don't think there was money in it, but I didn't even check. I probably should have. I just turned it in to be a good boy, you know. Like I don't know. I'd hate if someone lost their wallet, but then like I mean, the security guard probably just took the cash if there was any inside of it or whatever.
One of my first jobs I worked, I found like a coin purse in the aisle at the liquidation store I was working at, and I brought it to my manager because I thought it had come out of one of the tills, and
Oh,
the guy just pocketed it. It hadn't come out of the till. It was just I gave like $80 in change and small bills that I found to him, thinking it came out of the till, and he just kept it. So you have these kind of experiences, and you don't. You know, I'm glad I learned that lesson, and it only cost me like $80, right? Because now I know.
yeah, that's partly why I kind of like the casino because there's just so many fucking people that are just all they're wasted at the casino. I mean, I found hundreds of dollars just wandering around the casino. Like you get money in ATMs that people forget to even take away. Like they'll stick a ticket in the thing and just leave the money, and I pull it out, and it's $150, put it in my pocket. I mean, I can't believe how many times that happens. I found a fucking $100 poker chip on the floor, just walking, you know, getting some dinner on the way to the fucking, I don't know, food court. Fucking money's just fucking falling out of people's pockets, and people forget to take it out of the fucking the ticket machine. And then I had another fucking some Asian dude left like $80 in the fucking slot machine and ran off. I don't know what he did. I just was like, all right, just take it. Fuck it.
I mean, I just don't care. I got the good deeds beat out of me in life at this point. Now I think I think, you know, I've taken enough for the team. I think it's time for the team to start taking some for me.
Yeah. I
Like,
remember when I worked at Walgreens as a teenager, some old lady like dropped like $10 on the ground and I just stepped on it and waited for her to leave. I felt like I was poor though. I was like a teenager. Like, you know, I'm just gonna just hide, you know, pretend like I didn't see it. My foot's like all covering it. And I just grabbed it and swiped it. And I mean, whatever. I'm not like, I don't know. Sometimes I want to be like the good person, but then other times I'm like, fuck this. I'm taking it. It's mine.
yeah. There's never been a situation where it's like everything is like this. It's a moral catch-22. You know, in your schools, the bullies aren't punished, but you're punished if you fight back.
Yeah.
In
I
in
was in a road
in
rage incident.
yeah.
I was in
Go
a
ahead.
road rage incident today. Some guy's flipping me out. I pulled out in front of him a little bit, but like the traffic and the red light up ahead, like where are you going? You ain't going anywhere. Like, why does it matter? Like, I mean, it's not like I pulled out right in front of him. He just had to slow down a little bit, and he's flipping the fuck out and flipping me off. And I wanted to just pull up next to him and like get in an altercation, but then I would have just got. I probably would have went to jail.
Yeah, I mean, I
really
don't.
wanted to get out of my car and grab him and just give him the headbutt, but I just couldn't
These
do it.
situations like that. I mean, I I don't think you should do things that aren't going to benefit you. If you're going to do a bad thing, it should at least benefit you. And attacking some guy in a road rage thing is just going to get you problems. You know, at least
Well, even if I was like the guy kind of on the receiving end and win the fight, I'm still probably going to jail.
yeah, I mean, I don't that actually disillusioned me so badly because it's like we actually kind of have a quasi. People talk about how yeah, certain like Nordic states or whatever have legalized prostitution. You know, and sometimes it's even a taxpayer thing where people that have bad disabilities get it as part of their like medical coverage. But we basically have the same thing, except it's throwing a bunch of money at the most useless men. Like if you consider like look at all these veterans that are on that get on Caleb Hammer's show. Anytime you have some sort of like loser male, some low tier male, and you just start throwing a bunch of money at him for doing nothing, it's not just that he has the money that you don't. He has the time. It's a double whammy. You're not being given your time and you're not being given the money. That guy does nothing but sit around, spend government money and goon all day long. And I'm supposed to feel bad for him because he has brain damage. He has a better life than I do and it's not even close.
You know, I don't know if I told you this, but my lady friend had this person. I think it was like a coworker. This is years ago, by the way. The guy wanted her to like kick him in the balls, like pay her to kick him in the balls.
Yeah.
Like, this is a thing, you guys. Like guys just give money to women and like want to be abused.
You know what I think it is? I think a lot of it is I think look at women and how they'll tolerate like the worst behavior from men they're attracted to. I think that it's this same kind of mechanism manifesting in men where you know you're not going to be able to pay the girl you're attracted to have sex with you, but maybe you can pay her to kick you in the balls. Maybe she'd agree to that. So would you rather be kicked in the balls by a woman you actually find attractive, or would you rather pay for sex with a woman you don't? And I think that that's the calculation that's happening in a lot of these guys' heads. At least that's the way I see it. Because that, to me, it makes sense that way. Like, I feel, people may look at me, oh, he's an incel, whatever, but, I lived one day as a lion. Like, until I got rejected, until it happened, you know, I was alive. And
You know
that's
what
how I
bothers
feel with
me,
these
bro?
guys, where,
I
like, go ahead.
Well, I'm fucking annoyed because like I was brought up to be like a good boy. Like just be a decent man, like be an honorable person, be like a you know, have like a set of morals and work hard and be like a pillar of the community. And you realize that it's either like you teabag the girl and face fuck her and just choke her out, or you let her like like face sit or like kick you in the nuts. And it's like there's no this whole like romantic sex and like like no like and you're like gentle with
I
her in the
mean,
bedroom.
to me, the romantic aspect of sex is not the actual contents of the act itself. It's the reserving anything in that category for a specific person. You know, like to me, it loses its romanticism not when something is rough or abusive or whatever. It loses its romanticism when it loses its exclusivity between like two individuals and becomes something that's done with everybody. To me, that's what kills the romance, not the actual acts being included. You know, I could spit in a girl's face and still love her if I knew I was the only guy that ever done that. You know, but it's disgusting when you're at the end of a lineup.
What would you do if you were like clavicular and you had all these women that had boyfriends like wanting to like sleep with you? Like
Well, I wouldn't kiss them.
would you do the deed or would you like how would you like navigate like that life where you have clout and like all these women have boyfriends and or you're gonna
Well,
and they're
I mean, there's the criticism of, you know, people will say that he's doing the wrong thing, like, you know, you go for a taken girl, you know, I'm gonna kill you, bucko. But it's also, it's not your relationship. She's the one ruining the relationship. It's not your responsibility. It's not your person. And at the same time, like,
so you're against mate guarding or protecting your
I'm not I'm against mate guarding in the sense like if a bitch is gonna cheat on me, like let her go do it. I'll just dip. Like I'm done at that point. You know, to me, cheating is, you know, it doesn't bother me any more than being broken up with
see
because it's the
listen to
same
Clint.
thing.
I just assume my bitch is cheating on me once a week or once a month. Like I just assume that. I don't even want to I don't ask her about it. I just assume
I,
she's fucking some other dude.
well, it's a wise thing, right? You know, prepare for the worst, but hope for the best.
I interrupted you. What were you gonna say?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, I mean, you can't really do anything about it. So just run with it and just I mean, I don't
Well,
want to be
I mean,
cool.
I read a post where a guy said that really the only path of recourse man has towards woman today now is abandoning them.
But we have people
That's all.
giving people men give
Oh,
money give money.
all you can do as the individual is to abandon them. You gotta J.R. Gillespie them. You just gotta walk away. That's all you can do. All you can do is walk away.
Yeah.
That's all you can do is make yourself scarce. That's the only, even if it's just a drop in the bucket as far as making her life more miserable. That's all you can do. You remove yourself from the situation.
Well, I mean, I'm getting sex and she bought my dinner last night. Like, why do you know, if she's fucking somebody else, like whatever. I mean, I don't even care. I mean, I don't you can't prove it. You can't I mean, you could try to like pin
I
her
mean,
down.
sex is so worthless with how women throw it around nowadays. It, you know, you're almost better off being the guy that she buys gifts for.
Yeah, like she bought my tires for my car. She paid for my golf membership. I'm still getting sex. Like, I mean, if she's fucking someone else, I mean, whatever. Like, I mean, I don't want to like, if I find out about it, I'd leave, obviously, or just walk away. I wouldn't even want to like fight the guy. I just fucking like, you could have her.
Yeah. No, it's about at a certain point, you know, there's no functional difference between uh being whether you're actually sitting in the corner chair of the hotel room watching it happen or being the guy 10 years later coming along trying to make a wife out of her. All that's different is where on the timeline it occurs. You're equally cucked in both situations. If you know that that's her past or whatever, like trying to make a wife out of that and take it seriously, you may as well have sat in the cuck chair because you're gonna try and play house with a fleshlight. You can't make a housewife out of a hoe. I don't think you can even make a hoe out of what women are, because at least a hoe is kind of loyal to her pimp. I don't see women doing anything but service of self.
Yeah, well, I've just done it. I'm old now, so like I've kind of seen it all. Like I've bought dinners for girls, but then I've also had them buy me dinner, and like it almost seems to me to be like homeless and retard max if you're a man. Like don't be like a striver and like a guy who's gonna be like a provider. Like just retard max and just homeless max and just adapt to the environment. Like this fucking girl, this teacher is fucking a 13-year-old in her car. Why are you buying her Olive Garden or drinks at
Yeah.
a bar?
Yeah, and it's like I was talking earlier about the AI generated t-shirts I was seeing all over Facebook Marketplace. One of them's talking about how being an Australian ski bum. I've complained about the Australians here before. Lots of Australian guys end up in my province, but they never really bring any women with them. And this shirt that somebody was trying to sell, it had an Australian guy riding a snowboard on the front of it, and it said, fuck your girlfriend and eat your garbage. Like that's what was written on it. And apparently that's a thing. Like you can find old snowboarding videos of around here where that you had like ski bums. It was dudes that would just like sneak onto the lift all day and steal food from like hotels in the surrounding area, like the continental breakfasts and whatnot. And that's what they do. They were homeless, but they lived at the ski hills stealing food and like snowboarding or skiing all day. Most people's conception of homelessness, they think of a fent leaner standing in a parking lot. But that's what these guys were doing, and I think isn't that like the polar opposite of the Californian archetype that does the same thing, where it's the surf bum. It's the guy who does the same thing, but he's at the beach all day surfing.
Yeah. Have you seen Down and Out in Beverly Hills? No, I haven't. One Man's Chorus. I have not seen that. You can be a bum with a gym membership. Yeah, don't go to the gym. Just work out at home. You'll just catch a case or something. Or
Well, you don't work out at the gym. It's for so like you have a shower and stuff if you're living in your car, right? You can bathe.
yeah, that's what I
What the
recommend.
gym
Like that's
membership
the
is
only
for.
reason to have a gym membership if you need like a shower access and to be able to clean up or whatever. I actually do recommend that. Like if I could do it all over, I would live out of like a work truck and just get a gym membership and you just clean up and not pay bills at all.
At least for a couple years, maybe. Like, what other topics I got here? Let's scroll through this.
Yeah. Let's get through some of this prep or whatever you got.
Did you hear about the aircraft carrier that got sank not too long ago?
Like a ship that carries planes.
Okay, so this guy's post, he says the $1.2 billion USS Bonhomme Richard was destroyed by a fire in 2020 while it sat in a San Diego bay. The Navy blamed it on a white kid who was frustrated at the Navy's incompetence, bureaucracy, and sclerosis and tried to put him away for life. After the white kid had been locked up for years, halfway through the trial, they put him away. The prosecution admitted their original arson suspect was a person of color who actually had lots of evidence against him, unlike the white kid, but they had to switch targets. It also came out later that the white kid had acted heroically and competently during the fire, unlike pretty much all of the rest of his POC peers, and that he'd raised specific concerns relating to the fire that later consumed the ship, and this is what made all of his superiors hate him. The Navy initially understood this catastrophe as a failure of leadership aboard the ship. So many things had gone wrong, so it sought investigations against the people who'd been in charge. Those leaders wanted somebody acceptable to blame, but covered up the obvious perp. The legal officer in charge of the preliminary hearing explicitly recommended that the Navy not pursue these charges against the POC explicitly because it was, or against Mays because it was clear scapegoating on behalf of the POC, but current Navy Admiral Kohler prosecuted him anyways to cover up the true causes of the catastrophe. So you had a $1 billion aircraft carrier sunk by an uppity black in the middle of the George Floyd riots, and we never even heard about it.
Didn't even hear about it.
And they tried to blame a white kid for it. Like you are at war. Okay, like, just, you know what I mean? Like, if the blacks tearing down statues and burning things isn't indicative enough that you're at war, like, they're actually on your military vessels sinking them as well.
I think all the fast food restaurants closing down. Because have you heard about that? Like Domino's, Wendy's.
I haven't.
There's like hundreds of all these restaurants are closing down. I assume it's in like the black areas.
They're gonna be hungry and they're gonna come looking.
You ever eat pistachios?
Yeah, pistachios and cashews are my favorite.
Oh, I got a whole bag of pistachios. They're so good.
They're bad, dude. They're like Lay's potato chips. I can never.
Oh yeah, you can eat.
I'll eat the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was crazy that I'd never heard. You know, I'm chronically online, and I never even heard that an aircraft carrier got sunk like that. I think that, you know, that must have been a national security thing.
Did you see the spring break thing
No, what's going on with that?
in Miami or Daytona?
I read one post where a guy was talking about how there wasn't many women there or something, and lack of participation in spring break shows like a dying country.
Well, it's like a shooting or something, and there are a bunch of homies running around. And it was all black people.
When isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they talk about black fatigue all the time nowadays, like even in like the almost normie space. But like, is anything actually going to be done with it? It's like white women raping kids, or well, I guess it shouldn't even be considered. I mean, is it rape? If a white girl who's like 26 or 31 fucks a 14-year-old dude in high school, is that rape? I don't know.
I just don't care at this point because it's not my problems to deal with. I got my own problems. I can't solve them. Why do I care about trying to solve other people's?
Yeah.
Like, this was another interesting post. Maybe it's the only other, after the Epstein stuff came out, it's like the only other time I'd heard somebody refer to like societal prima nocta. This guy says that it is the modern Jew prime noctis, or the king nobles sleep with the wife of a man right before the wedding night. It was a practice that preceded the collapse of countries and civilizations through every cycle. When one sells their soul, the first thing lost is discernment. The current situation, however, has greater elements of what was seen in the Second Neo-Babylonian Empire. Women were to whore themselves at the sacred temple to the goddess once. Afterwards, no price was able to buy them. That was the cultural promise glamorous, although reality was more of what you expect, including love feasts, which were more or less swinger clubs that included more than just wives. So great was it that Babylon was synonymous with the ultimate in licentiousness in the ancients. That being said, it's unlikely these values were held by the common working man, so it's funny how the modern contemporary American culture reflects the Second Babylonian Empire in principle. The common man does not believe in the women folk engaging in this behavior, but the elites and the culture itself is 100% committed to it. The momentum is so powerful, almost everyone ends up participating in one way or another. To resist is to have supernatural strength and self control far beyond kings, dare I say, small g gods or angels, assuming there are no physical restraints like major deformities that preclude one due to circumstances. And that's what we have. We
We
have
literally have the exact.
Yeah, but we that's what we have, where every woman is for sale, but she's far beyond the price that the average man can afford. And once she's paid by the above average man, she will never again be available to a lesser.
As bad as it is, nothing's gonna happen. Like all these red pillars and people. Oh yeah, all these women are out of control, and like with the findom stuff, I don't. People think there's gonna be like this revolution, or men aren't gonna like put up with the like wage cage and all
Well,
the
what can
taxes.
they do? All you can do is just grin and bear it and try to swallow more shit that they're shoveling at you. J.R. Gariepi,
You
okay?
used that post. I said he was half right because
Yeah,
women
yeah.
want it.
Because J.R. Gariepi was saying in the same kind of thing. He says, the reason you can't have your cute, fertile girlfriend is that women are being hoarded by rich elites in the corporate world of cities. They're attracted with cubicle apartments and croissant platters with cheap fruits and given titles like model or director of marketing. Then they have to suck rich men's dicks. It's the whole scheme meant to make them feel like they've made it. Human trafficking isn't exactly what people think it is. It's not always women being kidnapped against their will and tied up for sexual exploitation. More often, it's just a vivid illustration of how low of a price a woman is willing to sell herself willingly. And I mean, nothing has demoralized me more than paying close attention to the behavior of the women that are supposed to be like from my group. Almost nothing else is required. What's the expression, right? With friends like this, who needs enemies? Well, with women like this, who needs enemies? How are you ever going to the white I think the white race, and honestly I think every race is cooked, because I think that globalism is a virus that has already spread to women the world over.
I agree. And
It's a cancer that is metastasized in the female population. And y- you know how you have white flight, you have white people fleeing the brownification of their once previously nice neighborhoods. You have kind of a I don't have a pretty term for this, but it's like you'd be playing whack-a-mole at best, trying to stamp out women's liberation type groups. They already have it all in their head. They've been tainted with these ideas of I don't know. I don't know what she'd even call it. It's like a death cult that is based off of emancipation from the half that they need to procreate with. It's like emancipating yourself from your vital organs. You're oppressed by your liver and your kidneys and your heart and your lungs. They control you and they hurt you if you don't fucking if you don't have them anymore. And women are here like pulling pieces out of themselves and without a care in the world. It just doesn't show up because you don't die right away when you take a man out of your life, but no more life comes from you either.
You can't get your own women, but like going with a brown girl and like creating another incel or like a mongrel, yikes. I don't. There's just no answer. You can't be with like your own women, so then be with the third world women. But then like the outcomes of that's just awful.
I don't think I could even get a third world woman at this point. I think just be white is any kind of Asian women that you would actually like at this point. I don't think
Would like you, yeah.
yeah, it's not it's like look at Dismal's on the tail end of the coattail riding for the Just Be White with his wife, and from his point of view it doesn't sound, like when he talks about it, he's actually quite conscientious. He's polite about her and everything, but it doesn't sound like she's definitely not worshiping him because of his uh, Caucasoid features.
Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, I think that reads true. It rings true.
The only time I had Just Be White in my life, I don't think it even was my skin color. It was just being blonde at the time. I think what a lot of people mistake with foreign women is that if you look at it's not Just Be White, I don't think. I think in many cases it's just be Aryan in appearance. The same way like the Indian male lusting over the white woman kind of situation doesn't really occur unless it's like a stereotypical like beautiful blonde white woman. That's what really triggers it. And I think that that's the same kind of I think that if you want to abuse Just Be White really as a male, you have to be like blonde, you need to have colored eyes, and you have to go to one of these places where the women are kind of like relatively plain. I think you'd have better luck Just Be White maxing in like Brazil or something than like Thailand at this point.
Yeah, my lady friend's cousin. He's like a 35-year-old white guy, and I could tell like my lady friend's mom or whatever was like clowning on him at the St. Patty's thing. Cause like, oh, is it serious? Like, are you gonna bring her here? And he's thinking to himself, I should just sell everything and move to where she lives in Brazil.
Yeah.
And he's like, I could live like a king. I would never have to work again. I could buy.
Quality of life goes up and your woman isn't tainted as much by being exposed to the local culture.
What bothers me in Western Decline is that the community, the women, the mothers, the grandmothers, the aunts, like they don't like he's just a normie like white idiot. Just your typical like normie white guy, like 5'10", not impressive, but not to talk shit about him. He's just a regular white dude who's like trying to get by. And he's resorting to flying her out to meeting her in Arizona and paying her way, like bought her plane ticket or like paid for the hotel and the dinners. And uh, that sounds insane. That's horrible. I, that just sounds like a shit show. And I get it because I can see why he's like an incel or like having a tough time with women. He's not that impressive. He doesn't have any like aura or charisma, or he's not really that. I mean, He's just a dopey white dude who who's just living his life, and like no one sees it, like no one like identifies or recognizes that this is like outrageous that he's spending this money and time on this woman, and he's at a family gathering, and he's like this. He thinks he caught like he thinks he like landed a big fish too. That's brutal, man.
Well, I kind of understand on some level. You know, guys have go through their whole lives hearing people brag about their partners that, like, you know, you want to be that guy for once, even if it's not really someone you should be bragging about. So,
Well, at least with Brazil, she might be sort of white. Like I didn't see a picture of her, but
it's not a good life to always be the bragged to and never the bragging.
yeah, I
You know,
just
so the second guys get a chance to do it, they always do because it's not a fun thing to be on the other end of, and a lot of it is. I think guys do a lot of it to each other
I
too.
didn't talk to him enough, Western Decline, like about like don't you think it's absurd that you have to like go to these great lengths to get a woman, and why should you even want a woman at this point? Like
Well, it
I don't.
gets sold to men as this like heroic journey where you're, you know, it's a meritocracy and you just have to you got to put in the work, and you know, you got nothing to complain about if you haven't gone to these absurd lengths. You know, even if let's say let's say that let's say passport broing didn't work and and nobody actually ever passport broed. You'd still have people running around saying to do it because it puts the ball back in the individual male's court. It gives him another thing that, you know, he has to tick off of his to-do list before his grievances can be legitimized that will never be legitimized. It's moving goalposts, but the individual male doesn't know that in most cases.
I should have told him what I really think. Like
I fell for one of these myself. You know, I was an actual retard, and when I was growing up, you know, there was kind of this discourse when I was maybe 19, 20 on in the red pill MGTOW crowd talking about how, you know, there was kind of a no hymen, no diamond sentiment. And it's like women all had the same I have a boyfriend tier response to it, which women's witty comeback to, you know, no hymen, no diamond is, well, you'd better be a virgin too. And that's a fool's gambit because virgin women don't want the virgin guy. And the second you even admit that you are the virgin guy, you lose, right? Like you lose that interaction right there. You think that you're going to go, aha, well, I got you. But that's not how normies work. They don't get proven wrong. They attack you for admitting to being a group that is marginalized.
I'm mad at like the elders, the women and the grandmas to like he shouldn't have to do that. He's not that bad. He's just like a regular dude. And he can't get any women. So just admit your situation, like, but instead he's gonna go through these great lengths and like completely change his life or transform his life situation for a foreign woman.
I, I guess some guys want it worse than I do, man. You know, to me, maybe it's naive idealism. Like, I always just kind of thought I'd end up with somebody that I fit really well with. I didn't think it would be this mercenarial thing where you gotta expend a whole bunch of money, you gotta relocate, you gotta be constantly applying yourself to it, you gotta be, You got to be staying in shape. You got to be making sure you're always looking your best. You got to make sure that you never crack socially, and then you can do all of this and there's still no guarantee you're going to get anything. It's just, it sucked the fun out of it to me. It's not, it's not like a journey of self-discovery. It's not a rewarding thing that you do yourself with like an eventual payoff. It's a singular solo individual grind with no light at the end of the tunnel.
Western decline, the femdom, the findom stuff, and like the big dick stuff. I can't even take it anymore, man. Like, women are just out of control, and guys tell me you can't even talk about this stuff. Like, I couldn't even tell that dude, like, dude, just be an incel, bro. Like, just tell everybody, like, women don't like me, and I'm just gonna enjoy my life. Like, why put a face on it? And be like, yeah, I'm working towards something. Like, no, you're not. That woman don't care about you. And then like it's weird. Like, how does the I wouldn't you feel weird going to
I
like
mean, if you had to work, you
another
already
country?
if you if you had to work, you already lost, right? Like my sister has been dating since she was 12 or 13. She's mid 20s now, and she has never in her life dated a guy that has a job. And she's been dating and sexually active the whole time. That's 12, 15-ish years of dating where you never expected the male to do anything but bare minimum just exist.
Yeah.
And then they have the audacity to turn around and expect, productivity and everything else from the relegated males. I made a post the other day on Twitter where this woman was complaining. She was saying that she needs smart men to uh she needs smart men online to push back against the black pill and the red pill and the manosphere and MGTOWs and everything else because they won't listen to a woman. And the left wing kind of leaning guys even were responding to her and telling her like, well, it doesn't work when we do it either because they just call us betas and cucks. But it can basically be summed up as like when it comes to women, women want smart men to do absolutely everything for them except have sex. That's really what it boils down to.
And nothing's gonna change. There's no like rolling back the 19th Amendment and like women's rights and all this bullshit people want to say like that. Oh, like things are gonna change. They abortion's gonna get reversed and we're gonna have like a pendulum shift. No, no, we're not. And none of that's gonna happen. And you got all these men giving women fucking money for nothing. And you got all the big dick guys piping them down, and then you're supposed to marry them later, and then they're just going to divorce you. And it's all fucking insane. And people fucking like even that normie I was talking to, like I said, he's going to go to Brazil or maybe have her maybe even have her move out to the States. Like brutal. You're gonna bring some foreign woman to your hometown and some like small town
It's the
America.
equivalent to like imagine you're in a fucking Indian band in like the 1400s or something, and you're the odd man out in your tribe. There's no bitch in the teepee for you, so you bring back like a fucking Sasquatch hoe. Like it's basically the same thing. Like the Sasquatch is a lot uglier, maybe it isn't, than the ethnic woman you're getting, but it signals the same thing that like by you having to do that, you're just advertising that you've graduated from temporarily embarrassed white man to permanently embarrassed white man. because you've removed the ambiguity. You're not a white man without a woman with you right now. You're a white man that doesn't have a white woman at all as soon as you're seen with your ethnic bride.
Mind games. I just don't think the artificial wombs or the sex robots are even going to take off. Like men, they
I don't want to bring kids into like a loveless, sterile, like Orwellian world. I don't think that
I don't think
there's
men
there's
prefer it. I think men prefer parasocial relationships and findom and paying women money to supporting women that that offer nothing to them.
yeah.
They prefer that over a sex robot. They prefer OnlyFans over a sex robot. Like all these sex
Well,
robots.
a sex robot is never going to be allowed to exist, but even if it did, it would be stigmatized to the point that like you could never enjoy it. It's not like you're gonna be take your bot out for a fucking nice romantic dinner without getting like harassed the whole time. You're not gonna be legitimized. Your government isn't gonna go, man robot marriage is now entitled to tax breaks. Homosexuals will be getting they'll recognize homosexual marriage, but they're not gonna recognize
No,
and
I'm legitimately telling people like this is my belief that men would prefer to be financially dominated than rather than fuck a fucking robot.
yeah,
Like you guys
because
are
most
clueless.
most men are beholden to what the consensus on truth says. So they having their cock stomped on, having their wallet raped, that's safe horny and they want the approval. So that's what they'll choose instead of, what a man that makes his own decisions would pick, knowing that other people aren't going to necessarily approve of it.
Yeah. What were we saying before we went live? Like approval and the sex dynamics about how we were talking about this before we went live. How just everything that's not normal or it's all inverted, and that men can't. I forgot what we were talking about. But it was good. It's just that do you remember West McLean?
I
The
don't I don't remember. Um Another post if we want to
well, just
move
that
on.
like what's safe for a man is uh, what you we can't as men you can't get everything where everything's just inverted. I don't know. Yeah, go to the next post.
Okay, we've got this is from r slash off my chest on Reddit, and this is a guy talking about his wife, and he says, "Honestly, don't even know why this bugs me so much, but my wife sleeping in her ex's hoodie. Hey, I'm not really sure why I'm even typing this out, but here it goes. So I'm a 29-year-old male. I've been married 4 years to my wife, 28. I never thought much of her sleeping hoodies until like 30 minutes ago doing laundry. I grabbed this old gray one and figured whatever, tossed it in the wash. She literally flipped and screamed at me and was like, "Don't wash that one." I jokingly asked why and she muttered something. I pressed and she hesitated and was like, dot dot dot, "It's his." I nearly dropped the basket. Her ex's hoodie, his hoodie. She said it's comfy and whatever, but I feel off, weirdly hurt, insecure. I don't know. We talk about everything else. The marriage is great, but this just feels really weird, like emotional residue. Do I even bring it up again? She seemed embarrassed as fuck, but brushed it off. So am I a jerk for turning this into some weird issue? Sorry this is jumbled. I'm literally on our couch typing with one eye open. I didn't know who else to ask. Thoughts? And this is an example of the the deferring to consensus. And this is why the man would pick the findom, because if a man externalizes his decision making to those around him like this, your average person, even us, if I look at your average shitbag man, I think that that guy deserves pussy? No, I think he deserves a kick in the nuts. Okay, so like that's the advice that I'd give him. I'd go, no, get your balls stomped. And that's the advice he'll get from all women and the advice he'll get from most men. So it's the same thing with this. You know, my wife is very obviously not over her ex. You know, she's still fucking snorting his pheromones out of his stinky ass hoodie that she's had for the last 5 years. Uh, is it okay for that this bothers me, Reddit, or should I be okay with this?
That's what I'm saying. Like the consensus of like where how men can even operate or navigate. Like that's normal. That he has to even question it. That it would be like toxic masculinity to like push back or throw it or rip it up. I would have just tore. I mean, he should have just tore it up, right? I mean, well, first of all, why does he have a laundry basket? What's he doing? He's washing clothes. What are we doing here?
Well, I mean, this is standard shit. You know, I can't. I'm 30 some years old and I can't load a dishwasher properly. Apparently, you know, the kitchen will be full of dishes here. I'll go load the dishwasher, and the old bird will come along and pull half of them out and put them back on the counter and complain about how they were put in there. You know, this guy's in his marriage. He's doing the laundry, and it's not good enough. You know, he's the logical male brain is thinking, wow, my wife is a bitch. You know, I better help around the house like all these marriage counseling things say to do. That will make my wife want to have sex with me and stop being mean to me. Oh, I know, I'll do the laundry. My wife hates doing the laundry. I'll clean the laundry and it'll all be clean for her. And even something like that goes awry. Your punishment for that good deed is to be reminded of your position as the cleanup cuckold and scolded for washing another man's stink out of your home.
And we're supposed to think this is okay to like help out and do the chores around the house with a woman who's fucked 10 other dudes and just make it work, bucko. Like I ain't doing that. Like how is this? That's all over Reddit too. That type of language, like asking the question or almost afraid to ask the question, like about being uncomfortable with some of the things that your women are doing, and that's the social norm nowadays. Like holy,
Insecurity as a word has been weaponized so badly against white men, it's insane. Everything is an insecurity. Nothing's real. It's all just one, it's just insecurities. It's all a figment of your imagination. Are these women that are obsessed with big dicks in the room with us right now? You know, and you could pull them up on your phone and show them. They are indeed in the room with us right now, and you'd still be gaslit about it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what happened to white men where they ceased being able and capable of just speaking the truth of the reality around them. You know, it seems to be coming back with some of the younger generations, but for a period of time there, it's just like they all just agreed to lie and be retarded and pretend everything is not the way that it is for whatever reason. I don't know how they ever got convinced of that. Maybe if you're from a time period where things are easy enough that you don't have to think, that's something that, you know, you never have to do, so you never realize how bad you are at it.
yeah. Worrying about your dick size is probably something a lot of young guys worry about a lot. Like even I worried about it when I was like a 20-year-old or 22. Like, is my dick like good enough or whatever? And then they got like dragon dildos and vibrators and fucking porn and shit. You can't compete.
I mean, I always coped and told myself I'm the average. But
What
like,
is average? I don't even know anymore. Like, what's an average dick size? And if it's average, it's small, right?
yeah, average is small.
Average is
It's
small.
like everything else. You know, women don't want average height guys. Why would they want an average sized dick?
Yeah, they don't want 5'9" men. So if your dick's 6 inches, I mean, you're
Yeah,
probably got a
exactly.
short dick.
It's wasting your time. So
The
I will
problem,
say though, at least with the dick thing, like women do complain about dick pics, but maybe the unspoken part is that they're complaining about pics of small dicks. Maybe that's the issue.
you know what has always annoyed me, Western Decline, like growing up,
Hmm.
is the whole nothing's better than good sex, or then you're not doing it right if you're not, if sex isn't the most important thing to you in your life. It's like this Hollywood meme, like you have to have like sex is better than anything, and it's like the idea that intercourse is like this, uh something, like it's like this grand thing that only a few people are able to accomplish. It's just it's not rocket science. You just stick your dick in her and you make a baby. It's like, I don't get it. The obsession with dicking her down a really further.
I think it's getting to the point with these like relationship people that we're almost to the point where you'll be able to just call their bluff in public. I think that it's just going to become the meta. If you're ever arguing with like a couple in public or having any kind of a disagreement, like I think it's just gonna become the meta to just like go for the jugular and just be like, your wife wouldn't even kiss you, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? And just put them on the spot to perform just like that. And I don't think like, did you ever see the clips of that guy that would say, put a girl on? You ever see that guy?
No.
So he's like a phone call like troll kind of guy. And what he does is he'd call like fast food restaurants and he'd troll the workers there and he'd tell them, put a girl on. And he'd call every day and he'd record their reactions as they get like progressively angrier to him asking them to put a girl on the phone. And they always, even the first time when he'd call, they'd go fucking crazy because it's like prodding a sore spot for most men where they like I said earlier, I couldn't get a girl with a gun to my head. You know, if some guy calling me to put a girl on, the first thing that comes to mind is I can't. Not that this is a troll caller, you know, the first thing that comes to my mind is I couldn't put a girl on, dude. And if I could put a girl on, why would I take a girl that I have some like element of control over and give them to you? Well, it's very similar. I think you could just go for the you could go for the jugular with these normies and just like, look, man, like your wife isn't even attracted to you and you're trying to like give me tips and just point it out right there. And if she goes, "What do you mean?" Yes, she is. No, dude, she won't even kiss you. And the woman put in a situation like this with most of their kind of normie like relationship sort of guys, like I don't think they're gonna respond well to it. I think the woman's immediately gonna get icked out, and she's gonna not kiss the guy because she's gonna be turned off from like him having a social confrontation where he doesn't look good. He's not holding frame. And I think you can erode marriages making remarks like this. If you can make the guy aware that his wife is not even remotely attracted to him, I think you just got to call the bluff on these normie relationships. I don't think that I really, 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 outside of attractive young people, I don't think just about anybody is having sex at all. If they're not attractive young people, I don't think there's anybody having sex because there's no appeal. Everybody's been watching the television for 50, 60, 70 fucking years. So whether you're male or female, you all have, your kind of idealized version of the opposite sex that you've wired yourself to be attracted to inadvertently. And when you go out in the world, at best you're going to get a close approximation to what you actually want, and it's going to be incredibly rare that you even get that, let alone that person is actually interested in you as well. So I think a
I
lot of
tend to
these
agree
people,
with you. I tend to agree with what you're saying in a sense that like where the arrow is pointing the trajectory, like in the younger generations, like young millennials and even younger than those people, like that's probably a real statement. But I think that like my buddy married his college sweetheart. I think they still fuck. But generally speaking, like yeah, like well, I don't know. I think people I think sex having is less and less, I guess is my point. It's becoming less and
I
less.
think it falls off. I think it's happening more than ever at younger ages, and then it stops happening sooner than ever. White women are, which I assume we're primarily talking about here, are aging worse than ever. You know, it doesn't take much for a woman to become insecure about her body if she was once attractive. If you were a woman that was like smoking hot in your youth, as soon as you start kind of even plateauing, like a lot of times women are they're used to kind of a linear growth of their attractiveness. And it's not even when they start getting uglier that they even necessarily notice. It's when they're not getting more attractive, like they've hit the the maximum like point that they're ever going to make it to. Right then at that point, like some women will start getting insecure because instead of it being the number in their DMs going up, it's staying the same.
Do you think it's going to be a problem in the next 5 to 10 years in terms of like all, like the women in the car complain about there's no good men and they're like a single mom. So we have like
Yeah.
30 to 45-year-old white women in America who will never pair up. Is that going to present societal problems in a way that
Well, they're going to be
public
the
hasn't
new. I
seen?
think they're going to be the new boomers. They're going to be the largest demographic voting bloc in America and most Western nations that will be catered to by politicians. You're not gonna see more. The same way boomers, their housing prices have to be popped up. Their cost of everything has to be kept low. Their Medicaid can't be too expensive. You're gonna see the same thing for these women that never are going to have like a long-term husband. I think for a lot of them though, like they will probably get something because there are a lot of ethnic men that, you know, even if it's just like a financial thing, they'll just get with the white woman. They don't care because white women save their insufferability for white men exclusively. They're always on their best behavior with non-whites. So Yeah, she might be ugly, she might be old, but she's gonna treat you like a chocolate Kang and fucking, whatever. She's, a 60-year-old white woman is, in a lot of cases, probably more attractive than like a 45-year-old she-boon, or at least they're in the same ballpark. So I think a lot of these ethnic guys, like, uh, they'll just pair up with them. Why not? You're going to see refugees like living in these women's houses. The women are going to have government subsidized housing, and then they're also going to have a live-in refugee boyfriend or three. That's the future I see for these women. I don't think they're going to be keeping cats. I think they're going to be keeping Somalis and Hondurans.
Oh no. Oh man.
Yeah, and that'll watch
That's not
watch
good.
watch that be the next thing. Watch when millennial women end up in the retirement home. You're gonna end up with a problem. You're gonna have fucking chuds in the retirement home complaining that the granny down the street has some fucking like a Somalian caretaker that she's banging that is like sneaking into people's rooms and stealing the jewelry at the retirement home. Like that's the future you're heading towards. They're gonna be everywhere, all over the place. Women are gonna make sure that like you're not gonna get any peace from their pets. They're gonna follow you from cradle to grave. It's not enough that they enjoy things. It has to be forced on you to make you miserable as well. People long ago lost the art of minding their own business, live and let live. That doesn't exist anymore if it ever did.
I think we've talked about this before, but I'll just ask it to you again or whatever. I saw people arguing on Twitter. You know how like the trad cons, they we all want to blame feminism, and then other people in the threads would say like, well, wait, it's not feminism, it's that they've been Judaized, and then that women don't have agency. So like I just think that women prefer and would vote or support the current year than go back to any traditionalism. But do you make a is there a difference there or distinction without a difference?
Women view 1950s housewife life the same way blacks view the plantation. Maybe even worse.
Yeah, I agree.
So they're never I don't think white women I I don't think white women, even if
Well,
they
man,
were starving in a war-torn wasteland, would really want to pair up with a white man.
well, I just want us to admit where we are. Like where are we at? Like what's the situation? And women don't want your help, Buckle. Like they've got the good job. They're the police officer now. You're like the guy trying to work in the private sector. You don't get a state job or a fed job. That's for black women and white women. Like you've got to be like the what's that guy who did the dirty work guy? What's his name on TV? Mike Rowe or whatever.
Mm,
Like
yeah.
I'm just not doing micro jobs. Like I'll take the civil service job, the post office job, the state government job. But you ain't gonna get that job if you're a white guy. So like I'm supposed to fucking do construction work and then provide for a woman who makes more money than me. And then like we're supposed to, like I don't know.
Well,
It's
that's what it is. That's the
it's
exchange.
it's not our job to shape women up or
Oh,
fix.
that's I disagree. Wignats would disagree and women would disagree that y- as a smart man, your job is everything except reproduction. That's what you're there for. You're there to facilitate. You're there to grease everybody else's wheels.
I ain't doing trades. I'm not doing that. Like, fucking imagine dealing with shit all day. You got some immigrant who clogged the toilet and you're gonna fucking fix it for
Yeah, no
30
way.
bucks an hour.
No way. He can get his own fucking curry hep C turds out of the fucking toilet. I ain't doing it.
Oh, all right. You want to take a call or two?
Sure.
All right, let's take a call. We'll take a couple calls. Don't be an asshole and have your question ready. Don't be a faggot. All right, I suppose I'll just pin the fucking damn message or whatever. Then I don't have to fucking keep reposting it. Western decline. Like, I don't want to get you, like, put you on the spot, man, but like, you say you can't get a white woman to save your life. Like, why do you think that is? Like, you're not like a bad, like, is it like you're not like,
I think it's my temperament and disposition. I think that's really temperament, disposition, like just my personality doesn't. Women just want to have fun, and basically everything I find enjoyable are things that women don't
like cars and shit and
and
video games.
it's not it's my looks now, but it wasn't my looks in the past. I could attract women, but I could never follow through because I was incompatible with them.
Do you care about your weight anymore?
Yeah, but not like for aesthetics.
Yeah, bro, I'm
I
getting
just
fat.
want
Like,
my wardrobe to
I
fit
totally let
properly.
myself go, bro. Like this winter, I didn't fucking do anything. I didn't do shit. I got fat.
I stopped drinking soda and I lost like 25 pounds, so I'm kind of on my way back down. But weight has been something I've struggled to keep under control my whole life. I've always been up and down.
Me too, man. Like 30, 40 pound swings for me, man. Like I'll probably fucking clean it up when the golfing gets going and I can just, be outside all day. And I've been just loving the fucking food though. Like all winter, it's cold, and there's nothing to do. I just want to eat. Just want to just fucking just binge and eat like like Rice Krispie bars and fucking brownies and cake after dinner, a big meal. just loading it up, man. Oh
Well,
fuck.
it's I mean it's kind of like it's like why do men get addicted to the things they get addicted to? Because they're whether it's food or cocaine or weed or video games or gooning, it's pleasure on demand. Right? Like you can do something and it makes you feel good right now. Shortcut straight to feeling good. You might feel like shit later because a lot of these things come with catches, but that's all man wants. Man just wants to feel good, and the best feelings are locked behind, somebody else's consent. So it's kind of natural to end up melancholy and withdrawn when
Dude,
you
eating is a
you
good
don't get
call.
any of that.
Eating is I love fucking just I went to a Chinese buffet today and I just went off on that place. Just fucking gobble, gobble, bro. I gotta fucking cut it. I gotta cut the calories. But I'm old now, so I don't really give a fuck. All right, you're live there, Sig.
All right, all right, all right. Hey, how's it going? I just thought I'd check in, say hi, etc.
Yeah. What do you want?
I hope the posts haven't been too lame or fucking, I don't just want to fucking hurl a bunch of slop down, I know I have a tendency to do that, but I don't know. Having it's a pleasant evening, man. It's not unbearably chilly out or anything. The weather is nice. It's yeah. I've got my Wi-Fi right now, so
I thought you were gonna say wife for a second, and I was gonna crash out.
my wife,
My wife.
my homeless fucking trash bag wife. Yeah. Oh yeah. Believe me, that's that. No matter who you are or what kind of options you think you have, when you know you're totally destitute and you're just living outdoors, man, there's nothing you can do to just uh, LMS your way into anything, really. You know what I mean? It's just chart. It's what you're navigating with. You know what I mean? You're gonna be living that life, man. It's gonna test you. It's gonna be something completely different.
How did you end up in that situation?
Dustin
Like,
Clay could
what
tell you
advice would
probably
you give
better than
people to
me,
avoid
right?
it?
Well, I lost an apartment, right? Partly because I guess you could say it was simpy behavior. I wanted to help somebody out, and before I knew it, I had a bunch of unwanted guests, and
So that happened, eh? You
bitch
let a
started.
girl move in, and she moved the whole fucking crew in while you're at work.
Yep. And I resisted, man. I ran the dude off twice, but sure enough, she'd start bringing other niggas around. And I try, I've never snitched on anyone in my life. You know what I mean? And that's just something I don't do. If I'm gonna handle it myself, I'm gonna handle it myself. And I just did not have the heart to leave the stove on, waiting, and just let the pilot light do the rest. Right?
Yeah. Oh man, that
There's
would have been
only
an
so many.
unfortunate
There's only
mishap
so
for
many
sure.
dumbbells you can throw. There's only so many windows you can break. There's only so many holes you can headbutt into the wall. There's
So
messages.
what would
The
the
message
takeaway?
was
What would the
the
takeaway
message
from
was
this be?
sent.
Like,
But it ended up costing me everything. And I don't know. I mean, if you want the specifics, right, of the most recent situation, but I've just after my dad died near near the end of the whole COVID thing or whatever, I just
Did you get any money for him dying?
no, I'm not a widow, sir.
Inheritance.
no,
They basically
firstborn son doesn't get anything in most cases anymore.
no. Why would he? He's nothing. He's
Yeah.
nothing. I mean,
You're
I don't
more
know.
it's more likely to go to a firstborn daughter at this point, even
Was
if
I
there's
going to be
10
able to
sons born
successfully
before.
sue these creatures for puncturing his lung during a routine biopsy? My father passed away of pancreatic cancer that spread to his gallbladder and liver and kidneys, and basically, I mean, it was rapid, man, like that. And nope, it was basically medical murder, and there's no way I'm going to be cashing in on that. It's just options exhausted. So if you really want to pin down the specific moment, it was just like, well, I don't know. I mean, I suppose I could tell you more, man, but I mean, if you,
Well, no.
I don't know, ask me anything.
Well, I mean, I don't doubt it for a second. I feel like my father was basically, 1-2 punched. He was medically murdered by a roastie that I think learned to weaponize the HPV in her pussy, and then that was the one punch, and then the two punch was the medical system that
The human body
you
is
go in with a
remarkably
lump in your throat.
resilient, but in some ways, it's just so ridiculously frail. It's just
Well, it's you pluck at the wrong thread and everything unravels.
That is correct.
What would you tell like 20-year-old guys to like how to navigate like their life? Like, would you recommend them to avoid
Well,
women?
never underestimate the power of a bad example, right? So I suppose I could recommend try. I mean, it doesn't make too much sense to save all that much money right now, but if you can, right? If things were different, right? If I had a son, God forbid, right? I'd probably tell him find something you like to do or can at least tolerate, right? If you like working hard, but work smart, for God's sake. Save your money, right? Save up for a van down by the river, right? Not paying rent is, living that dog's life or whatever is one way to save, right? Basic, just
Well, what I'm annoyed by, Sig, is that
save money, right? And there's other little things you can do, right? I talk about it all the time, you know. Like if you never ate anything from a grocery store in your life, right? If you never had a cable bill in your life, never had a utility bill, those would be things, right? I mean, yeah, credit maxing and other things like that. I just don't see much point in it, right? I guess I am kind of a freak, right? But like I see there's just going to be more fucking quote unquote white savagery out there that I think it's good, right? It's Jeremiah Johnson nationalism, you could say, or whatever. You're gonna see a new breed of just like these tough, austere, roaming men who are just unemployable, or they're just not cut out, or they don't want it, right? There's those who can't hack it and others who can, but they just reject the hollow fucking spit and baling wire illusion of civilization. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm like, anti-work, anti-civilization. We built this house of cards partly, right? Why not just fucking stop hoping that, Sisyphus is always happy? He's not. It's time to let that boulder fucking roll down that fucking hill and get out of its fucking way. And anyone who's still walking behind you, expecting you to get it up to the top of the hill again, right? Let him deal with that fucking boulder. I mean,
Right.
just
Sig,
I don't know. Worse is better, right? Siege fucking Metzger 101, right?
White man
Uncle,
is in a prison of his own making, and
I'd
participating
rather
in the
have.
trades and everything else is just continuing to build a bigger prison.
If I could do it, right, I would build myself. I would much rather build myself a little Ted shed than quote unquote have a fucking
they're not
sunk
gonna
camp.
let they're not
down
gonna
by the
let
river.
men do that. They're not gonna let men just live in the woods.
There have been times I've been successful, but it's always been torn down or someone else is coming along and squatted in it or whatever. And I still fucking stop in down at the hostel or whatever, right? I'm sure you've seen, right? But
Is
I
it
mean,
full of
it's
black
not.
people? Is it full of black people?
Sometimes, but after a while, you learn how to navigate the fucking urban wildlife, right? I'm not saying relax, but I mean, after a while, your thresholds get a little bit higher. You kind of get a little.
This is why I'm
Carry a
against.
pocket full of chicken bones so you can
This
throw
is why.
distractions
Yeah.
should you need them.
See, I don't necessarily view my situation as so terrible all the time, right? Obviously, there are things that are just hard and challenging about it, but I just kind of, quote, this is going to sound kind of cocky, but it's like sometimes, right, you can be cautiously optimistic about it. It's like, well, it's just another challenge and opportunity for, Uberman school, right? It's just, this is your chance to fucking, adventure is not always fun, right?
Yeah, definitely. Sig,
I don't know if
why don't you make one more statement? I'm gonna move on. Or question.
love you guys. Love the show.
All right, thank you.
Hail WD or Thomas White. See ya.
Thanks a lot, man. Take care. Yeah, Sig's a good guy. All right, normal guy. I guess we'll let you on. What the fuck do you want?
Yo, what's up? I have a very important question. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I got this is for both of y'all. Ass or tits?
I don't really like the whole ass tit face.
Ass.
I mean, you gotta have it all. You gotta have a nice.
Fine.
No, no, but what if it's like the best of tits versus
I
the
don't.
best of
I
ass?
find. I've been attracted to women without tits. I've never been attracted to a chick without an ass. So
Very R1B of you to say that.
Well, I don't obsess about tit size. I just don't. I mean, if you can get a white woman as a white guy who's not like a single mom and not overweight, are you really worried about what size cup she is?
Honestly, I think for me, there's nothing like for me. I think I like if it's like the best of tits versus the best of ass, I'm going with the best of tits.
No.
But in general, I would say
If she
it's rare.
has tits, then she has an ass. That's kind of how it
that's
goes.
not true at all. Look at Sydney Sweeney.
No, it's Slavic bitches, bro.
Oh
You
yeah,
haven't met
I suppose
Slavic
you're
bitches.
right. Yeah, maybe you're right, but
Well, I'm a Slav, so we really fixate on tits.
A lot of women are just built like fridges, like slapping tits on it.
Babushkas,
Really fix it.
babushka build.
Look at
Yeah.
you remember
honestly,
what was it? Chloe Grace Moretz just built like an actual brick.
Do you ever seen Latinas? They're built like a lot of times they're built like barrels or lunch
Yeah.
ladies. Like they got that phenotype, you know what I mean? It's not like
the
curvy all the
the
time.
squaws around here all look like Hank Hill from the ass down.
the problem is like it's age too. I mean, most white women under the age of 25 that are like not ran through totally and aren't single moms, they're generally attractive if you're like a 40-year-old dude. So for me, it's like the face is greater than both tits and ass. Like I just want to like, because you can kind of like cover it up or hide tits and ass better than your face. I think. Well, makeup, I suppose. Maybe I'm wrong, but honestly, all white women that aren't overweight when you're 40 years old, all 18-year-old white women that aren't overweight and that aren't like single moms, I mean, they're all hot. I mean, that's just how it goes.
Tits are just one of those things I think that I don't want to like out of principle because I think it's better to not like big tits because women let it go to their head. You know, a woman can be obese and then still be telling herself, "But I've got a killer rack" in the back of her head the whole time. And I don't think that that's healthy. I think that like when men do that to women, um, it makes the woman worse for everybody else that has to interact with her.
That's a great point, Western McLean. Man, you've been doing good tonight. That's a great point. Because that just blows them up, and they think their fucking shit don't stink when they got a set of shit, a nice rack. Like they think they can get away with any behavior or any doesn't matter if they're fat. They can just that's
The other thing about not being attracted to tits is it benefits you in social situations because you're not going to be interacting with a woman at the same time you're staring at her ass. You will be interacting with women a lot of the same time while staring at her tits. Like they're going to be facing you the whole time. So,
I would say that like for a relationship, right? Like if I were to fall in love with the girl, I would say it would be very like I can date a woman without tits, without ass, but she has to have like, not be fat and like thin, and I could even marry that. And that could even sustain me for a lifetime type shit. But if it's like if I want to pig out on a bitch's body, right? The best of tits is like, you know, that's you know what I mean. That would probably be like really helpful, and also like having a really nice ass. Like a lot of these bitches have like a BBL thing going on. A lot of that stuff is really popular, and that could like look really good too. Like Vera Jinkman.
I just feel kind of like a homeless person being asked to whether I prefer caviar or wagyu at this point, though. It's kind of a meaningless, like.
Okay, I got a better question. So, what's your preferred means of gooning? Like, what categories? Like, when you got a goon, what do you goon to?
NTR. I self-insert as the bull.
Ah, okay, yeah, me too. But like, did you say NTR?
Yeah,
I don't know what
What the
NTR
heck
is.
is
What is
NTR?
NTR? I don't know what that is.
it's like cuckold porn, but without black people because it's not American. So it's easier to, pretend you're the guy.
Yeah, and also the other thing is, I have how Sigmund Freud. Are you guys familiar with his work? I'm sure you are.
We've all heard about it, and I haven't
Right.
read the book, but his literature or anything. But I've heard about him. He's a
Yeah.
Jew,
Well.
right? He's a Jew boy.
Yeah.
Of
Oh
course.
yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah. And so he basically said that males, the defining condition of the male condition is cuckold anxiety. He said that that is the driving force for sort of like everything that gives us pain. If you reduce it down to its rudiment, is basically cuckold anxiety. So that's why I was talking about that. Somebody's like pissing or something. Do you hear that? But anyways,
I think it's a toilet flushing. Who's doing that?
dude, that's not me, man.
Who's playing the flushing toilet? Can you stop doing that?
What the fuck is that, dude? That just like broke my stream of consciousness.
Yeah. Yeah. He did it again, bro. He did it again. I can't do it. I don't know. It's always the cuck thing. Every time we fucking have him on, every fucking time.
I mean, a surprise.
I don't know. It's the same old fucking
It's
shtick.
what you get. It's what you get given the benefit of the doubt to people. If you ever needed a reason to. I mean, to his credit, he did a little better this time. He was a little more reasonable. But I don't God. Once we get back on the cuck topic, I think it's time to flush.
Yeah. I mean, I want to try to hear him out, but no, like it's literally every time he calls in, just be a cuck. And I don't even want to hate the guy. Like maybe
I
he's
mean,
really
maybe it's honest advice. Maybe that's what worked for him.
Yeah, well, if you claim to be a Chad, and then your advice is cuckoldry every time you come on a stream, I mean, I don't know, Bucko.
I don't know either.
Oh.
What a world we're living in that this even has to be a conversation.
All right, I don't think we're gonna get any more calls today. That's it. Nobody wants to call in. That's okay though. I mean,
The way she goes.
yeah, maybe we'll give it a couple. Give it a couple minutes. Maybe somebody will pop on.
So
Let me see. What else do I got here? Um.
it's just nothing left to say, nothing left to do. We're all just kind of stuck spinning our wheels wherever we're at. It feels
Yeah.
like everything's frozen or everything's rusted to a halt. There's no, whether it's relationship or economics, it's just more of the same or extremely statistically low chances of getting lucky on a gamble somewhere.
What kind of also bothers me a little bit. By the way, these pistachios are really good, guys. These guys.
Nuts are too expensive, man.
Well, I got them for free. My brother gave
Aw.
them to me. I don't buy. I don't buy. They're too expensive.
Yeah, seriously.
The one thing I wanted to say too is, well, first of all, nobody is advocating or fighting or defending men that have power in America or in the West. Can you name a person? Like one person?
Hmm. I'm thinking. I don't want to answer preemptively, but nothing's really coming to mind.
Yeah. I mean, could you say clavicular?
I mean, who was the guy that just resigned from the government because of the Iran war?
Oh, Joe Kent.
Yeah, that's about the closest thing because it's kind of just indirectly he's kind of doing that because he's like this war's phony, like we're doing this because of Israel, like this isn't America. That's kind of in line with, using your position of power to try and protect men. That's probably the closest thing. Because, he at least did something. He used what limited position of influence and public notoriety he had to try to whistleblow and sound the alarm about the coming conflict, the illegitimacy of it, and the lack of justification for what will inevitably be young white men participating in it. And even then, I don't necessarily think that he did it with nothing but altruistic intentions. I think a lot of Republicans are abandoning, like Fuentes said, the whole the Israel first, the infinite war thing. Like they want to have come out ahead and against the infinite war in the Middle East version 3 before like 2028. I don't think it's necessarily that they're actually that invested in it. That's just the move for their political career.
You can grind away. You can make a ton of money. You can get clout and power, influence, and then like you'll be like Charlie Kirk, you get shot, or the
Yeah.
NSA. The NSA's got you. They're watching some weird porn or something, or jerking it to a prostitute or something. Like nothing's gonna change. Like
Stuff like that, I don't even know how people are embarrassed of at this point. That's why I think it's better to just wear your sexuality on your sleeve. Like, if you're an incel, you fucking goon to pixels, whatever it is, like, why even try to hide it at that point?
yeah, you're right. We should just all be open about our fucking situation, but men are too afraid and won't do that.
Like, what's the point of hiding it? Because it ultimately doesn't matter. I'm sure everybody has had a fucking regrettable wank in their life where they were like, "Oh, what was I thinking?" and close the tab.
My fucking thumb is bleeding from opening these pistachios. Holy shit. All right. Sane of Bane, you are live on the TW show. How you doing, bucko?
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, man. First time caller?
I've been on here once before. It was a while ago.
All right. Tell us a little bit about yourself and then go ahead and ask a question or make a statement.
Well, yeah, I've been in this space for like quite a few years now.
30-year-old?
I'm going to turn 30 in May.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're how tall?
6 feet.
6 foot, 30-year-old. All right, go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah, I'm just curious that about Western decline. Like, did you ever confront your mother when she like pimped out your sister that time ago? You know what I'm talking about?
I've brought it up to her and she laughs and shrugs it off and acts as if it never occurred. When you're dealing with these people, they just gaslight. So it's not. They pretend it isn't the case. It's amazing how much normies practice revisionist history despite condemning it. Because when it comes time to rewrite their misdeeds, the pen is flying.
Yeah, dude, like your mother, she's because I think I'm a bit of a schizo too. I think she got replaced, man. I don't know if I'm talking
I don't
crazy.
think they have to replace people. I think that, they've got the whole synthetic telepathy. They got the remote neural monitoring. They just know what they're doing. They can they can just goy beam somebody and make them do whatever they want. Like they did that what was it, Rebecca Ray Gun at the Olympics, made her do the stupid fucking breakdance. Embarrassed the whole nation she came from. Like this right in her name. They just here's Miss Ray Gun. Watch as we make her do something exceptionally retarded. Like I don't.
To be
Yeah,
fair, like Papa would have done. A lot of dads are like cucks and simps. Like they'd let their daughter fuck a homie. I mean, let's be real. Like it ain't like even a uniquely mom thing. It's just like a boomer thing or old fuck thing. These parents will let their daughter do anything. I mean, they'll go to college, get a good job. Don't rely on a man.
They'll let their daughter do anything but decide to be a mother.
Oh yeah, yeah, and even that even goes for like the dad. Make sure you're on birth control.
yeah, like guys, well, fathers, they'll let their daughters stay, but they'll kick their sons out. I think that's pretty common, if you ask me. Yeah.
Yeah. You got another question? Otherwise, I'm gonna move on.
Let me see. Oh yeah, what are your thoughts on like City Crusher?
Yeah, he's all
Jew.
right.
I
He's
like some of his stuff, but
he's
obvious
Jewish, but he's
Jew.
got a good
Yeah.
channel. City
Yeah,
Crusher. He's kind of like, well, I don't even really
he's
have bad
getting
words to say
black,
about him.
like so stupid. But yeah, he also thinks that looks completely don't matter, even though there's like homeless chads and stuff. I mean, I've been in the inner city, so
Well, I don't have an ad blocker on my phone, and that's when I listen to YouTube the most. So anytime like a smaller channel like City Crusher is putting out content, I tend to listen to it because I don't get it because YouTube is just, I mean, I don't know, the ads are out of control nowadays. So, I'll listen to like some of these smaller channels just because there's no, it's ad free. So, City Crusher doing the reaction, bit for 30 minutes. And he generally is, I mean, he's Jewish and kind of got bad takes sometimes, but I don't really like, I don't hate on City Crusher. I mean, I don't, I wouldn't say he's like great, but he's not like horrible.
right, yeah. Like he made a video on how like incel is like the N word men, but then proceeds to like mock incels. Like if you criticize him, he'll just call you that and that, oh, you're against men's rights. I mean, men
Yeah.
basically hate each other
Well,
in
they
a
do.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna get worse too. Like it's easier to have male friends when you're all kind of like doofied out from your wife's copulence and you're all like relaxing and chilling. It's so hard to have male friends when resources and women are scarce.
He does try to defend men, though. Like he talked about that dude who did the mountain climbing. He went up to it with the mountain with his girlfriend. You guys hear about that story?
Yeah, and he left his bitch there, and
Yeah.
they tried to blame him. Like,
Goodness, man.
Well, I don't think he should go to jail for the rest of his life.
no, I don't either. He just pulled a J.R. Gillespie. You know, that's what I mean. The only thing you can do to a woman nowadays as a man is abandon her. That's your only course of action. That's the only move you have on
Well,
the.
did he get off? He might be going to jail.
I think it's like I don't see how you could convict someone of that. If it was a bad enough situation that, you know, she died in the middle of it, you know, he had his own life to look forward to. What, they both should have died up there?
Well, here's the thing. We're all equal, right? But when it comes to preparation to make like a, you know, to go on an exploration or whatever, the man didn't make sure she had the right, you know, gear. You can't put him away for that. I mean, I'm not trying to like be a like I'm trying to be objective. Like I'm trying to be meet people in the middle.
People die on that mountain every year. You can't climb the mountain without going past piles of frozen dead bodies that have never been taken off the mountain because recovery is such an issue.
Yeah.
So how, I mean, when you're walking past a pile of pea-brained popsicles, you know, what's another added to the collection? How's
Well,
that his fault?
Western Decline, like, what would you have done in that situation? Like, you're both up there, you're both freezing. Like, she's not able to move or whatever. Or she's
I
stuck.
mean, it's a hard situation for me to put myself in, because putting myself in inescapable dangerous situations for entertainment never really appealed to me. And if I were to do it, you know, it's going to be on a motorcycle on the road for fun, and it's going to be me by myself. You know,
Well, let's say,
when I think of taking risky actions for big hits of adrenaline, you know, the first thing that comes to mind is not you know what would make this death defying stunt so much more enjoyable? I need a bitch to nag me the whole time.
yeah, why would you bring a woman? Yeah, that guy didn't do anything
You know,
wrong.
imagine you have. Did you see the stunt of the Red Bull pilots? The guys both jump out of their airplanes and they swap airplanes while they're in the air.
I haven't
But
seen.
so the
That
guys
sounds
did
gnarly.
it. They were successful, but they got their licenses revoked after doing it. Like the FAA took their licenses.
What
And
the
I
fuck?
bring that up because it's recent. And would we be feeling bad if one of the Red Bull guys was wearing his bitch as a backpack while he was doing this stunt, and, you know, she unfortunately, her head got clipped by a propeller?
I wouldn't.
Like, would we be feeling bad? Because that's essentially what we're dealing with here. Like, a woman went somewhere where she has no business being, because she chose, like Damon Knight would say, like a middle of the pack, mid-wit, mediocre, average male, that she thought her sexual selection was so above reproach that the male she picked could conquer a mountain on her behalf that had claimed hundreds of lives already.
Yeah,
That's how confident she was in her sexual selection, that she put all her eggs in the "my pussy is so smart" basket, and it ended up costing her her life.
Yeah,
yeah.
women just don't live in reality, man. I mean, what is female conscientiousness really?
She thought that, you know, my society's gonna save me. My man's gonna take care of me. And first of all, what's a woman doing at the top of a mountain? That's not even a woman. That's a woman trying to be a man.
Yes, it is. So all my sympathy goes out the window, you know. If it were a man, we wouldn't have even heard about it.
I agree.
What's the crime? Leaving a woman to suffer the consequences of her own decisions? That's illegal now?
Yeah, fuck that. So that's why I like City Crusher. That was a good post by City Crusher. Even though he's not perfect, he's not a bad. I mean, you can listen to City Crusher. I wouldn't get mad at you if you did. I might criticize you if you listen to some other dumb YouTuber, but not City Crusher. Is just whatever.
I used to listen to him, and he said something that it was like a year ago, and I hadn't thought about him since. It just made me turn off everything and unsubscribe. I don't even remember what it was.
Yeah. Saint of Bane, you got one more question or comment? I'm going to move on, Bucko.
I mean, no, that's it for me.
All right, buddy boyo. Feel free to call in the future and have a good night.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, Raymond Ladd, you are live. Go ahead, Bucko.
Hello, am I on?
Yeah, turn up the volume. Figure it out.
Hello.
Yeah, talk more directly.
Sound like you're calling from
See?
inside of Raymond's cupboard.
Thanks. Hello. Oh,
Yeah, now we can hear you.
my phone was not my muted. So if you can hear me, I just want to ask about what do you think about? I heard you. Okay, resting in the decline. I heard you talked about Elsa Gate before in relation to all the shit. And I was wondering, there's this also more recent thing where it's like AI fetish cut shit with the fruits, and there's like strawberries, but then the eggplants are like the homies and shit. So I wonder about that.
Is this kind
And
of like
do you
the
think it's
AI
on
videos
purpose,
with
or
the
do you
cat
think it's like
couples?
coincidental somehow, or is it like just another fetish shit getting pushed like Dan Schneider? And I don't think he's the only one.
Oh yeah, is this Veggie Tales? Like, what are you talking about here? I'm not familiar with like fruit and vegetable AI cuckoldry. What are we? Can I get an example? Can I get a search term to like look this up? And I've what are we talking about here? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Without looking at it, it's hard to say.
Something's going on with my Streamlabs. I still can't really hear you. I hope you were able to hear me though. And if you can still hear me, Mr. Incline, I hope you reconsider not streaming, because I do really like your streams a lot. And
All right. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like vegetable cuckold. All right, Anglo-Saxon, you are live. How are you doing, Bucko?
Hey, Weston. Hey, Thomas. Quick question. Woman behavior. Yes, sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, have you called in before?
I did about, I think it's quite a while back. I think it's about a year and a half ago.
Okay, cool. You're a European person?
Yes, I am, yes.
30 years old, 6 feet tall, incel?
Yeah, definitely the latter. Like incel, yeah.
How tall are you?
Average height.
5'10"?
Yeah, about 5'10".
All right.
This is what we left behind in Europe, so we could come over to North America and import our last guest. By the way, just look at the contrast. Look at the quality of human capital, and just think for a second that we're gonna fucking dig ourselves out of this. It's not happening.
Yeah.
What do you mean, sorry, Weston? Did I miss something?
No, I mean just comparing you to the last guy. Look at how you fucking conduct yourself and your command of the English language. Like I just interacting with these people that I don't know.
So
It's a 10-second conversation. You can tell who you want your nation filled with.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, thanks, Weston. Appreciate that. Yeah, my question was around woman behavior, basically. And you know, I guess race mixing. I know Wignets don't say that's not common. Like it never happens. But anyway, I won't go into detail on that. But my kind of question to you, Weston and Thomas, is my personal opinion. I think it's media control. I think it's the environment that really shapes you and I, and basically most people's behavior. Because I just wanted to ask you guys this, because there's particularly in the black pill and the right wing sphere, you know, you get people like Edward Dutton and on the, you know, the Jolly Heretic. They say it's mostly genetics. There's a lot of predisposition there, but I honestly think it's environment. Like if you had Joseph Goebbels in charge of the, you know, media today, or I think it would change behavior pretty drastically. But what do you guys think on that? Am I correct in saying so, or?
Well, what I read a study the other day, and what did it talk about? It talked about how by the time a child is like, I forget if it was 5 months or 5 years, so you'll have to forgive me, but it's already learned well how to manipulate its parents. So if an infant toddler can absorb its environment around it as an input and then output a behavior as a reaction to that environment, I think that control of the environment is like a chicken and egg scenario with the genetics. You know, you can kind of steer the genetics any direction you want based off of the environmental input that you give them.
Great take, Weston Klein. And
That is a good take, yeah.
if I could add to that, it doesn't mean race mixing or that blacks can be white people. I do believe that the public and at large needs to be led, and you could lead them to the top or you can lead them to the bottom, and you can either grow or you can die. To me, it's really that simple. That I do believe that we need good stewardship and good leaders and good quote unquote propaganda to be the best of to make the best outcomes for ourselves. But to equate that to race mixing, or to equate that we're equal of all groups and that we can all become, no, I don't believe that. Anyway, go ahead, Anglo.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair take, Thomas and Weston. I mean, yeah, I think Weston. Sorry, something you said earlier. I actually, you know, I kind of made the mistake of spending my 20s banking on my career, which, you know, I guess it's kind of a bit of a mistake in a sense that, you know, I spend all my time working and I don't really have any hobbies. But I was in the US actually a few months ago, and Thomas, you'll like this one. It was quite funny. I was with my colleagues and I was going into a restaurant, and in front of me there's like this kind of like, you know, fairly elderly couple. I guess I call it boomer couple, you know. And I was just, I wasn't complaining. But I was like, oh, it's so cold here in the US. It's so cold, and that kind of thing. And they both looked at me and it's quite funny. They had like a mixed race grandson, and they said, "If you don't like it here, go back home." I found that quite funny, but anyway.
Wow. It's insane. It's insane how the hostility finds an outlet on what consensus has deemed an acceptable target. They're surrounded by people that have no business in their proximity, and they attack the person that is making small talk about the weather.
Getting me worked up, man. You're getting me worked up.
That's the biggest thing they have to complain about.
At the end of the day, like people in the US specifically, it's that's why it bothered me about the Karen meme. Boomers would ride on the Karen meme and they loved it because they could get after Karen, but they'll never say anything about a black person. I mean, hell, fucking Raymond would probably go after Karen, but he'd never say anything about a black guy. Fucking idiot. God, I fucking hate this fucking world, man.
You hate Raymond that much?
No, it's just he's the typical fucking normie tard. Like, oh yeah, black people are wonderful. They're just as good as white people. They're the same. And then it's like, it's just this like acceptance or allowing or being okay with rip. And I don't have a problem with the fucking Rip and Karen, but the boomers can do that because it's socially acceptable. They will never talk bad about their fucking mixed race fucking grandkid. This is fucking madness.
Well, because the mixed race grandkid is probably a byproduct of their daughter. So by extension, they'll never criticize their daughter by criticizing their daughter's child.
Tell some fucking Anglo to go back or get the fuck out of America. Like I would have fucking, Oh, I hate these old fucks in this country. They're all fucking
Us,
retarded.
and you know the dashboardian idea that a lot of Europe is better than North America. I mean, it's a hard thing to really disagree with. I mean, what's the expression? The best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter. The best argument against America is a 5-minute conversation with a white person that didn't come from America.
Yeah, it's such a big
And
country, though.
I include Canada in that. I don't think Canada's America's like slop. Like it's not any better.
So do you split the tab, Anglo-Saxon, when you're at that restaurant? You guys split up the tab?
Oh, it was for work, Thomas. So luckily the company kind of expensed it.
Well, I was talking with someone who was visiting Ireland, and they say they don't do that. They don't do the splitting up tabs. Like somebody's got to pay for the whole tab. In America, it's all individualism. Like, dude, do we want to split tab? Who's going to pay for this? And from what I hear in Europe, they just whoever's got the most money or whoever's going to, somebody's paying. It ain't going to be everybody, or they're not going to, individualize the bill.
Have you seen black women trying to do that? Black women will they'll get some guy to take them out for dinner on their birthday or something, and when they show up at the restaurant, they actually brought like 10 of their friends and they expect the guy to pay for it. Then they clown on him when he refuses.
Oh shit.
Black women are like a wrecking ball to the longhouse.
So guys, I have a half sister who's, a little younger than me. She's like 34. Normal looking white girl, average, just your typical Becky or whatever. And she worked at a diner, and she's not a racist, but working in a diner in North Minneapolis, I mean, she's smart enough to know that you don't want to, like, all the servers, the waitresses, they avoid the black table if they can. So even millennial white women know to, like, try to, like, pawn it off to the next worker to everybody.
I mean, I get that. At the same time, though, like I feel like it's a compartmentalized dislike. They think in their brain like, man, I really don't like black people when they're in the position to be a tipper because our cultures are different and they don't have tipping in their culture. I don't think it's like it triggers a wow, this out group is like hostile to me. I think it triggers a wow, this is a little bit of a hiccup in the mishmash of cultures that are melting pot. How are we going to work past this? I just don't really
I muted
believe
myself.
they have.
Yeah, Anglo, do you want to make one more comment or ask another question? Go ahead, man. You're a good caller, so if you have another question or make a statement or comment, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Thompson Weston. I guess just one more for me, but just something I've been thinking about. And I don't really talk to a lot of people outside of my job, and if I talk about this stuff at my work, I'll almost certainly be fired. So, yeah, I was going to ask around, I guess, kind of like group success. So, obviously, in England now, Hindus are like the wealthiest group, and they are doing very well. Like all the, where my parents lived, they bought that when I was born, like late 90s, they bought a house for 100 and something K, and now it's worth like nearly £1 million, which is crazy. And now they have sold the house, and an Indian, basically a whole road's dominated by Indians, and fair enough to them, I guess. And I'm just thinking intelligence. I think people, particularly in the right wing sphere, go on about how important intelligence is, and of course it is. But I genuinely think that actually personality is number one. And I think when I look at Indians and when I look at Pakistanis and stuff in this country, they have what we don't have. They have a big family, they have a girlfriend, they have religion, etc. And I just find it's really good for their personality. Like it's easier to work a job and be hardworking. It's easier to grow as a person. I can't say all white people, but I do feel Anglos particularly, just small families, divorced parents, Asperger's, which I have as well, it just puts us at a bit of a disadvantage. And I think that's the reason we are kind of losing the game a bit, you know?
Well,
That's why
I think it really only disadvantages you in an environment where the woman is empowered to make all the sexual selection on her own. And I think what you're identifying as personality benefiting them is really just either their, you know, their women are not completely empowered yet. Given enough time in this environment, they're going to turn into white women, but they're just kind of if you imagine yourself as swimming in a toxic vat, of course the people that were just thrown in the vat are going to seem like they're doing better than you.
yeah, that's a good point.
Well, Anglo-Saxon, I want to just let you know that I do have a lot of friends, or I hang out, I do stuff, I go outside, I play golf, I ride motorcycles, and I'm closest to Scandi people. You know, I'm Scandinavian, so the closest the people that I get along or gel with and mesh with the best are generally Swedes and Norwegians, you know, American, you know, heritage, but they come from that background. Like, I believe that the closer you are to your own people, like you just do have a, I don't know, I just think you connect better with those people. You know, we have you know, you're gonna gel with people that have a lot more of a closer kinship to you. Like,
You know, we had a guy in the Mamoon server who was a North American Indian incel. Okay, but he had an Indian sister and they were living with his dad. And this guy used to talk all the time in the Mamoon server about how you know, he wanted to move out with his sister because his dad was like very abusive to her, and he was basically, the way he made it sound is that he was on the cusp of like honor killing his daughter because of the way she was acting. And if you're a white guy, like, it's never going to get that far. Like, feminism is for white men.
Mm.
You know,
I
we're
agree.
the only
you
ones
know,
that are expected to, like, they might pay lip service to these other groups, but the only one that gets the constant seminars, the constant preaching, the constant everything else, it's white guys. White guys are the
and
ones that
also
are
Anglo-Saxon, like all the social programs and safety nets are generally not for us. And the Fortune 500 is actively discriminated against the white race. Less than 10% hiring statistics. I think it's less than 10% white men now. The ladder's been pulled up, and you know, you can't formulate families, buy homes, and have prosperity if you have no financial upward mobility. And a lot of the Appalachian type people living in the Ozarks, you know, trailer trash, they don't have the access to, you know, a lot of them live in red states. They've got less benefits. And then the blue states, they're giving them all to the black people and all the fucking immigrants. You know, they're putting them in hotels. Like, I know, I get it. Like, you know, white guys are autistic and they're not, you know, they don't have these big cultural kind of, you know, the way that they live, you know, these other groups live. But I think that the white race in the Western world is being systematically targeted. So to not, you know, to just like not mention that is kind of ridiculous to me. Your whites are uniquely handicapped and ensnared. And if you don't, if nobody wants to mention that. So that's just what I'll say to that.
I
No,
was
I think you
I was
nailed it.
handicapped and ensnared by my own women.
Yeah. And your women,
You know, like, you just, for me, that's just the end of the game. You know, like, any amount of wignadism I had left my body in that moment.
Well, it's fair to say, Western Decline, if if our women were ride or die with us, it wouldn't matter as much. And I will like agree with you in that sense.
Yeah,
Anglo-Saxon, you wanna ask another question? I'm not trying to kick you. You're a good
you
caller.
know, when we reviewed Gummo with Collectivism,
Yeah,
right?
which was
Like,
a great review, and
like
I had a
Gummo was meant. When did Gummo come out?
Early 90s, mid 90s,
You know,
probably.
Gummo was meant to depict the most dysfunctional white communities that existed in the
Yep.
90s. And if you watch Gummo today, it's not uncommon that you're watching that and you're thinking, man, this isn't so bad.
There's almost like I said it on the stream. It's like almost an endearing. It was almost
Yeah.
I had a fondness for that film. I couldn't hurt or hate or laugh at those people as much as like maybe the average normie would.
No, they had more functioning relationships. Like if that Gummo kid and his friend, like if they were born today, they'd have nothing. If you didn't think they had much then, they'd have even less now.
Thanks, Stars. I won't take up any more time, but thank you both. And
no, go. Just, if you got another question, go ahead.
No, I think Thomas, what you said earlier was bang on. Actually, I do think that's something. I think it's a bit of a class struggle as well. In terms of in the US and particularly the UK, you had like Rust Belts, where you basically made all your shit. Now it's got in the 80s, it got exported abroad, and then these people just got left with nothing. And then I guess there's no empathy towards working class white people because they're just portrayed in the media as racist and
well, working class white people, the thing that working class white people produce that is actually valued by our powered people is their women. The elite classes get tired of, fucking their own women. They want to fuck all the women. So that's the only reason they really keep like this underclass around. And it's easy to throw their men away if that's all that it takes. Now, if all it takes to, pry a woman out of her rural community is offering her a $60,000, $70,000 a year email job in the city, why wouldn't they do that? Even if they don't plan to have sex with that woman, if you were just a spiteful person that hates the common man, you'd get off on putting this money in her hands. Oh, she left her farming community. She's not going to marry fucking Jim Bob from the acre beside her. They're not going to make, 4 kids, 5 kids. That's reason in and of itself.
Yeah, I don't know. They're just, when I speak to people my own age group and out in the UK particularly, it just doesn't seem to be much of a drive to have a family at all, actually. I think people, whether you're lefty or right, because most people aren't, racially aware, I guess, but I think most people aren't very optimistic about things, to be fair.
Well, it's depressed by cost of living. It's not a problem the new arrivals to the UK have because they get the council flat.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Here's the thing, man. I'm just gonna say it. Like, white race in the West is the victim. I mean, what I mean by that is I'm a millennial. And I was told and I was indoctrinated and propagandized my entire young life that there's too many people in the world and that we're not supposed to have children and don't have kids. It'll ruin your life. And if we have kids, it'll wreck the world and ruin the, environmentalism. So it's the greatest betrayal in human history that my generation was told, don't have kids. It'll ruin the environment and that there's too many people. And then, oh, wait, 15 years later, we need all these immigrants because you're not having kids.
People complain about the coding rug pull, that they got told to go to school to learn to code and that would give them a secure future. Oh, I was lied to about that. Like, no, dude, that's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, very, very true. It's quite sussy in the 50s, right? It's quite funny. In the 50s, like, obviously, England imported loads of Indians and West Indians, etc., because they said there weren't enough people to drive the buses, etc. But at the same time, the British government were, sending loads of whites to Australia and that. Very weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's about it. Thanks, Thomas and Weston. And Thomas, I guess one thing you said earlier was quite interesting, and I completely agree. You find common ground of people who are similar to you. I think that's probably just because, you have more in common with them as well. Like when I was in the US, I couldn't really talk to American customers because I don't know about basketball and the NFL, etc. But my American colleagues could, So honestly, I just struggled with that, you know. But it's probably like you guys, you were talking to some people in Europe about soccer or football, you know. So
Well, Engel
No,
said,
no, it's the same thing here. I'm basically considered not a Canadian because I don't watch hockey.
yeah, if you don't
That
like sport, it's definitely hard.
I'll reach a little further, man. I mean, I'm not talking about sports ball. Like, I have friends or people I, associate with. They're all white men, but the Swedes and the Nords, the Norwegians, the Swedes, we have a better kind of, we just gel better than I would with just your average Amerimut. And I just think that there's something to say for that, you're closer to, we just have I have Polish friends, Polacks I hang out with, and they get real tribal, and they love they're
did you see that Polish politician? What he was saying again? That he got like shouted down in Parliament or whatever.
Yeah,
He
he's
was
interesting, that one, isn't he?
yeah, he was talking about how like he literally just said out with it that, like this America is the gun on Iran right now and it's Jews holding the gun. And like the guy running the whole thing like freaked
They
out.
didn't like that very much, did they?
Yeah, freaked out. Like, no, your turn to speak is over. You've had enough. I will not hear another word of this anti-Semitism.
No, he said shut up, didn't he? He said shut up.
Yeah,
Shut up.
he lost his shit. Yeah.
Oh dear.
And my point too, Anglo, is like I said, I have these Polish friends. They get together and they become a whole separate group, and they start teaming up and and bullying the rest of us or whatever. And we get a little drunk or whatever, and they become like a tribe in themselves. So like, I don't believe all people are like white people are equal. And I noticed that with my, I've worked with Italians, and they get tribal, Italian Americans, so I generally like white people better than black people, but I actually like Swedes and Norwegians better than I like, Polish and English, and even the Irish Catholics. I hang around Irish Catholics, and I'm Protestant, not Irish. I'm more of a, I'm a mixed white guy in America, but predominantly Norwegian, and and there is strife within white people. That's, I guess, I was trying to explain. It's like it's just weird to me how I hang around my Swede friends, and I mean, they're always just so pay it forward. They buy me Red Bulls at the convenience store when I never ask them to. They pay my way sometimes when I don't ask them to. I don't get my Italian friends, my Irish Catholic friends, my Polish friends. They don't do that in a way that I get around some of my own quote people, and they're more giving, more sharing, more pay it forward.
Yeah, no, definitely. My experience of Nordic people, because I do interact with quite a lot of them. Yeah, they're generally very nice and caring, etc. But yeah, what you're saying here, Thomas, yeah, definitely. In terms of European nations, some are very collectivist, more so than others. I think Northwestern Europe, there's been loads of literature done on this, so I won't go on about it. But yeah, I mean, England particularly is hyper individualism, isn't it? And I guess America's an offspring of that. But Polish, for example,
when I live
definitely
in
more tribal.
Minnesota, it's like a big enclave of like the Northwestern whites, but it's mainly like Swedes and Norwegian. I mean, we have the Polish enclaves and the Italians and the Irish still. The St. Paul, Twin City area used to be run by the Irish, and the Polacks had a big enclave. But it's just there's that difference. That's all I'm trying to say. It's not even necessarily like consumer background or hobbies. It's just I don't know. There's a certain level of chemistry that you have with your own people.
Oh yeah, definitely, 100% agree. Yeah, I think just on a final note, Thomas, there might be a poem you like, and it's by Rudyard Kipling, and it's called "The Stranger." And I think you'd quite like that one because it basically says, people like you just tend to get along with them better. But it's quite a nice poem. Maybe it's a nice short one. But yeah, thank you both. Took up way too much of your time. Really appreciate. Yeah, keep up these shows if you can. Probably the best thing on YouTube. So,
well, thanks a lot, man.
My pleasure. Okay.
Yeah, Anglo is a good caller. What a cool guy. Just seems like
I mean, people saying voice halo, but it's not just. He's a very polite Okay, like these are all things that we used to have and we just kind of lost. They just atrophied, or they were swept away when all these fucking alien behaviors were introduced to our environment that just you, the I don't know how to word it. Like, white people have a very like kind of subtle deferential nature to one another. Like, you can be polite to one another without, if you compare it to other cultures where they expect somebody to fucking bow down. Like, their idea of politeness is like the other person gets on their fucking knees. You
Yeah,
know?
if I went to the Anglo world in Europe, and I was hanging out in the UK or like downtown London, or like around like the true Anglos of Europe or whatever, they wouldn't like me that much just because of the way I talk, or I'm too annoying or loud, or my mannerisms, or they are a polite. I'm so sick of the Anglo hate. I really hate it. It fucking makes me want to fucking punch the wall.
I mean, I think it's funny. Like, it's funny to joke about the eternal Anglo, but like on an individual basis, they're usually pretty good guys. They're kind of in ground zero of their own. I can't imagine being trapped on that fucking dreary island with the way things are going.
I just know that they would think I'm a little loud and rude, and that's okay. I'm not, trying to be. That's just how it is. Like you're spot on though. Like just a good, polite, smart guy. All right, Eschenfelder, how we doing, Buckaroo?
I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there. It's good to see you guys again.
Yeah. You too, man. Haven't talked to you in probably like a month or more.
Yeah, it's been like a month or so. Yeah, a while anyway.
See, fucking normal guy in the live chat. I'm fucking pissed at you now. Oh yeah, he's autistic. He's autistic as fuck. Like, dude, that's because you're a Slav. You're a Slav, bro. You're a dirty white boy. Like, of course you're hating on him. Hating on that. That Anglo was a good caller, and you're just gonna hate on him.
I mean, this is why like women's selection is so piss poor, man.
Yeah, he was shitting on. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
You see, yeah, he was shitting on Gypsy Crusader beating up that black guy in the chat too. He's being a fag tonight.
I mean, it's look at what women pick and look at what they don't. Who do we need more of? Do we need more normal guys, or we need more of that Anglo that we just had on here? Like, who has the woman? I don't know. Dashboard vindicated more every day because they're not. The quickest way you can go to the incel gene scrap heap is by being a standard deviation higher than women. They don't like it. They don't like politeness. They don't like any of this shit. They incorrectly assess it all as weakness.
Well, no, the Taliban has the right idea in dealing with women. Just all of their choices need to be stripped away from them, other than maybe what they're going to cook for dinner.
What's this link you put in the private chat?
Oh, it's one of the greatest music videos of all time. It's an AI music video. We should definitely review it. You guys will love it. It's an AI parody of the Hives. Hate to say I told you so, but it's the Heils. It's Adolf, Goebbels, Himmler, and Goering. It's amazing.
The music stuff kind of takes me back to like 2014 with like or 2015 with the white hot takes and all this like.
It's nostalgic.
It was magical for the time, and it's just it's sad to see things how they turned up.
Should we play the 3-minute song or should we skip it?
Please.
I can play it. I don't care.
Minutes.
All right, a 3-minute song. We'll play the fucking thing. Here we go. Let me make sure I got. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll do it. Let me just fucking yikes! I hate this tech shit. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Here we go. Pull up a song and take a little 3-minute break, you guys. Figure it out. Here we go. Oh, hold on. Yeah.
Take what I want, even until front, cause I'm the Führer. Poland and Austria, Czechoslovakia, yeah, I want them. But it's in the crease and in the crease, Marine place I surrendered. Getting through your head what the Führer said, not money lenders. Hate to say I told you so, say I'll blood and soil. To believe I told you so. That is the Jews, now you know. Ignore crystals. Into kicking the base without masteries, that's not my problem. Don't need that, never small. Wait, we're outnumbered. Your way, I'll die inside a fucking bunker. Hate to say I told you so, see oil, blood and soil. To believe I told you so. I've been long since Operation Barbarossa. Just like Napoleon, I shouldn't have gone into Russia. Only care about Aries, don't give a shit about the others. If it all goes wrong, we can go to Argentina or Augusta. I thank you once and thank you twice, I'll say all in my name, you know you wanna. What you talking about, man? I just say grab some fruit positions awkward. Say ah. Say ah.
That's kind of catchy. That was all right. I liked it.
That was a good song. I think what I notice about all this kind of genre of music is that once again it's a sausage fest. Like we can never just, there's never a woman that does any of this. Like whether it's the rich men of
If you played this around a white woman, you'd get fucking you'd be incel.
whether
There
it's
was that
this or it's
one-
like men of Richmond, rich men of Richmond, or the
Oh
fuck
yeah,
it is.
yeah.
Like it doesn't matter what it is. Like white women, you'll never catch a white woman being a cheerleader for their men.
No.
Never. At best.
Well, maybe Marilyn Manson. Maybe.
Well, at best with trad women, they'll parrot male talking points and try to be the man and lead as a faux conservative male. There's no, like there's no example you can point to where it's a white woman actually like doing her own thing to support her own people. It just doesn't exist.
Like
It's
the
all
closest-
it's a grift at best.
Yeah, like the closest thing I think would have been that I can't remember her name. She went by Shiksa Goddess. She had a bunch of parody songs way back in the day on YouTube. I can't remember her name, but she lost her mind and started a bunch of infighting and shit.
Wasn't she just like she was dating some TRS guy? Like, am I
Yeah.
crazy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they got
Like,
married and had a kid.
yeah. I mean,
Emily Euclid?
Not Eucas. It was not Emily Eucas. She's actually funny. It was somebody else. I can't remember her damn name.
another taken woman. That's the other thing that kills me too, is like we touched on it briefly earlier with the whole it's clavicular with the cheating women. But like, if you sit around and you wait for a woman that doesn't have quote unquote a boyfriend, you're never gonna find one.
Oh no, yeah. They're never single.
Like, women are basically like land at this point, where it's all taken, and the only way you get any is to take it from somebody else.
Well, there was a Collective Dismal video. One of the last ones he made before his channel got nuked a while back was pacifist eugenics. And he made a really good point, and it had me thinking about like some of the most eugenic people, like white people in America, are the Amish. They're the people who have completely dropped out and who, for whatever reason, maintain a strict control over their women.
I don't worry about that. I think there's like fucking lily white towns all over America that have hotter women than Hollywood.
Oh yeah, that's true. I've seen them in like little small towns. I've seen like just stunners working at McDonald's and shit.
Yep. It's on the it's a meme at this point.
Now, granted, that was a little while ago. I haven't been into McDonald's in fucking years, so
I'd rather not see them personally.
I
I'd
was
rather it be a Jeet that just fucking wiped his ass with his hand before assembling my fucking.
I always
Mac.
like seeing the white dude that looks like an ex-convict or something.
I was gonna try that big arch, but I never did because I think it's probably gross and a waste of money.
Yeah, I just can't justify spending that much money on fucking McDonald's.
Yeah,
my point is just that, like, I don't like being dick teased. So yeah, you'll see these beautiful women occasionally, and then you'll see their ethnic boyfriend pick them up from work, or you'll see them giving a ride home to some
a
fucking
straight up drug
shitbag.
dealer. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'd rather they just not exist at all than to have to see them going to guys like this.
Yeah, that's the reason I quit going to Walmart. I'll shop exclusively at like Schnucks or like Aldi's or something, or a smaller store just to avoid that because I got sick of seeing it all over the place too.
Yeah.
I'm just the biggest demoralizers in my life have been women that I share a race with, and at a certain point, like, you get alienated enough, and you just don't care anymore. You know, if you want to cure Wignatism, it's not. You don't make half the Proud Boys feds. You don't have the Blood Tribe loaded up with feds marching around. Like, all you have to do to dispel Wignatism is make apparent the current behavioral trajectory of white women. And when that is seen in all of its horrors, it's all you need to dissuade white men from continuing this. Like, I view white women at this point as more of like a danger to me than like a dindu. I'd rather walk into a gas station and have it be like a sketchy black guy scratching his fucking neck like Dave Chappelle in that skit than like a white woman.
No, I understand that. That's why people made fun of me for living in the hood in St. Louis, but it didn't bother me because of that very reason. I'm like a sketchy white dude. I walk around and people don't fuck with me, and I don't fuck with them, and I got along just fine. But white women, I mean, yeah, especially young, pretty Karen. Well, I don't want to say Karen will trigger
proto Karens.
Well, yeah, I mean, just young white women will get extremely reckless with you.
Well, they're literally all fucking a brown kid. Like I see it everywhere I go. If they're a 22-year-old, 19-year-old white girl, 8 times out of 10, it's they're fucking some other dude from another country. I mean, I'm not trying to
When I was doing like deliveries for work at the university, I had to use the elevator. And while I'm sitting there waiting for like an opening in the elevator to roll my like cart up and down, it's just elevator loads of brown people and white girls like getting off together at a time. And then all the way over on the other end of the campus, they have what few white boys manage to go into secondary education, and it's all the trade stuff, nice and sequestered away from any white women. And if you pointed any of this out, like you'd you'd of course like be scoffed at or insulted, but that's all there is. I don't see white women with white men until I see it when they're like 12 and it's not a real relationship, and then they don't start doing it again until they're in their 30s. And then the wignats pat themselves on the back and go, look, our beloved shield maidens are the most race loyal.
Yep. That's literally how it is. Like all the fucking young white women in the college years or even younger. I'm saying like 16 to 22. All the mud hordes are just getting they're getting it in, and white boy, you ain't getting shit, man.
Oh, nothing.
And people will argue with us, and like you can call in and try to fucking debate us about this.
Why people complain like Asian guys will get butthurt about white boys in insert Asian country here, you know. Asian women at some point might have been white men's whores, hypothetically, okay? White women have been every race of men's whores except white men for going on 100 years now. You guys don't like sharing with white men when white men are the smallest population of race of men on earth for the most part, except for what, like American Indians.
Yeah,
And people can't handle it. Oh, I can't. These white boys taking all of our Asian women.
Well, that's
Meanwhile, we have to share with everybody.
Right. The white man, Asian woman thing is not institutionalized like the black man, white woman thing. You have matchmaking services on college campuses that work for like the football and basketball teams to help recruit black athletes, and they deliberately set the
They
new
advertise we have the best
woman.
white pussy. I remember seeing one of those letters that went around. They were trying to, convince random African to come play at their school, and that's literally what they put in the letter that they wrote them, that they have the best white pussy at their school.
Yeah, and they'll flat out give them 2 or 3 white women as soon as they get on campus.
Yeah.
They'll have them waiting for them.
It'll be structured in such a way as to where even if the women aren't necessarily into it, it'll be made as a part of a pledge for their sorority kind of thing where they'll be expected to do it.
Yeah, and even if they don't really like them, they'll go along with it for the year just to fit in, and then go do something else and not even really think it's a big deal or anything.
Yeah. And I'm so disgusted with the whole thing that like I honestly it's why I answered earlier that you either, if your relationship didn't start in high school, I don't want to hear about it because it's not real, and I don't envy it. Because once you're exposed to once this stuff has happened, you're precluded from ever having a real relationship as anybody's grandparents or whatever would have conceptualized it.
Yeah, I'm going to say
what bothers me, Western Decline, is when you say that most, if not all, men would just push back and call you like a fucking pedo or whatever, and that's just insane.
Yeah, I was just about to add on to his point, and it's not going to earn any favors in that regard, but I really do think that there is something to that love connection needing to start before puberty is over, and it needs to be maintained until puberty is finished. before it is
I
cemented.
mean, age of consent and everything else is, once again, it's only something that's ever expected of white men. If you're
Men
a
were
white,
not
if you're a white man, you're gonna be lampooned. You're gonna be lynched for even something as simple as an age gap relationship. Even if your wife is 25, if you're 5 years older than her, people are gonna start accusing you of pedophilia, and they'll never say a fucking word to Mexicans or Latin Americans about the fact that their women get married off at 15 years old. You'll never say a single fucking word about it, because the whole thing is about constructing an environment in which the white man is kept away from women. The white man's women and girls are paired up with other groups as soon as possible, and the white man is kept as ignorant as long as possible, kept chasing his tail as long as possible, and kept they basically, if you're familiar with drag racing, right, when they're staging at the line before the lights go off and tell the cars to go out, there's this thing they do where on turbo cars, if you're racing a turbo car, has to stand on throttle to build boost before it launches, and a lot of the times the guys will just burn it down. They'll sit there and they'll just waste time, because the longer the turbo car is trying to sit there and stay on boost, the hotter everything in the car is getting. Everything's heat soaking, and by the time it actually leaves the line, it's down 30% power. That's what's happening to white men. We're getting burned down. We're getting stalled from all angles while we have a situation put on us that we can't possibly deal with individually, and we're being barred from any kind of a collective effort to correct it.
Yeah, and there's even denied a societal paternal sort of energy. I've seen it with blacks where the older and they're not good fathers, but older black men in the community will look out for younger black men in the community on a racial line that old white men will not do with young white men.
No, they'll fucking try to fuck your fucking. They'll try to steal them. I mean, I'm half kidding, but I'm not. Like,
No, the boomers, yeah, they got something wrong with them where they'll at like 65, they'd go into Hooters and flirt with like 19, 20-year-old waitresses.
yeah, boomers fucking suck. William Eschenfelder, do you want to? I'm gonna. I think we're gonna move on. Do you got another comment or question? I'm gonna move on here.
No,
Or
just
you know what? Just you can hang out. We only got it's Crusade. Crusade, you're here. How you doing, man?
Hey man.
God, I was worried you were a dick flasher. I really was.
Oh
There was
no.
multiple
It's me.
crusades. I had like 3 crusades in the back. I'm not even kidding. Or maybe it was
Oh,
only 2.
oh, you got lucky, huh? You got the 1 out of 3 chance.
Oh man.
Yeah. Why do they always LARP as me? I always know this. There's always like multiple crusades. There's never like are there like multiple Eschenfelders?
they probably can't spell the last
Yeah,
name
it's harder
right.
to spell. It filters them.
Yeah.
No, but Chuddy, you're live. Go ahead, man. I'm sure you've had
Um,
things in your mind.
yeah, well, I just recently saw this thing where some guy said some guy I noticed that 85% of insurance adjusters are black women. The most, and there's studies on this, they're the most disagreeable demographic on the face of the planet, because I was watching this Instagram video, and of course it's in Canada. Of course it's in Canada, but there was this black cop and this Arab cop in a hijab talking to a white guy, and they're giving him like a $350 like CAD ticket on the TTC, the Toronto like bus, for like ignoring them. He walked up and they asked to see his proof of payment for the bus, and he basically ignored them. He claims he didn't see them. Honestly, based either way, but it doesn't really matter. So they slapped him with a $350 fine, even though there was a fucking black guy or some random mud person behind the cops smoking crack out of a pipe. And anyways, the whole thing about this is there was a guy reacting to this video and he commented how you basically can't talk to like black women this way because they're very disagreeable. They're like the most disagreeable demographic on the planet. Anything you say to them, they have to disagree. And even black cops will like notice this. Even black cops hate dealing with black women. So basically, there was this guy in the comment talking about how 85% of insurance adjusters are black women. And his conspiracy, and I agree with him, is
Weaponized
that
she-boons.
yeah, companies, because obviously we know race realism is an actual thing, but they like to keep the rest of us, they like to keep the majority of the population asleep. Everyone's equal, blah blah blah. But obviously the companies and the higher ups know this, so they introduce these preferential hirings for certain demographics such as black women for insurance adjusters, because they don't want someone agreeable. They don't want someone who's going to go, oh, I feel bad for you, let me give you a better deal on your health insurance. They want some black bitch who's going to ride you up the ass, if you want, whatever, if you want some coverage because you broke your fucking leg in half.
Yeah, it's the natural evolution of putting Karen women in every HR position and customer service position. Now you just amp that up, and it's like, well, I mean, the Karen women have kind of lost their immunity card in society. Like, let's just put the most feral she-boon we can find there, and that'll work even better.
Oh yeah, black women will bully themselves to the top of the matriarchy pyramid. So anytime women are in charge of things, eventually you're going to get some Shaniqua stereotype black bitch running the entire operation into the ground. At least in America.
Yeah, well, the entire reason I kind of brought this up is because I actually ran into like a situation in which I was at a like a FedEx. I had to pick up a package, and like how sometimes you can see like the packages behind like the person if you've ever been in, like a FedEx building,
Yeah, they got the little
right?
storage room or
So
whatever.
I could see my package, but she for some reason couldn't find it on the system. I think she could find it on the system. I think she was just being a bitch to me, but I basically ended up like I was like, listen, like I can see the package in the back. Could you please just go get it for me? Like, please, I'm begging. And she's like, I can't. I don't see it on the system. And I was like, look behind you, like it's right there. And she's like, I don't see it. I can't do that. Blah blah blah. And anyways, we went back and forth for like a couple minutes, and eventually some like male like white guy manager came out and finally got me my fucking package. But that's really all I have to say this stream. So I'm gonna go. Thanks, guys.
See you later, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
good
I,
call,
I
Crusade.
essentially just think white women are a lost cause. I don't think that. I think that if the white race persists, it'll be through its men in another color of womb. I think that white women have, they basically tapped out. It's like if every race is a tag team wrestling match, like white men are just in the ring getting smashed by everybody, while white women are like, I don't know, flirting with fucking Booker T on the sidelines. Like they're not.
And what
She's not coming in with the steel chair. She's not elbow dropping off the top rope. She's not kicking out the ladder on the Nigs before they grab the belt. Like she's doing nothing. She's at best not helping. At most, like actively sabotaging and obstructing.
Yeah.
eventually they're going to turn everybody against them. And with in utero selective gene editing, they can produce designer babies with any sort of phenotype features they want. So there's going to be a bunch of Aryan designer babies being born to rich brown people all over the place. It's already happening in China.
Well, I don't know why you would even need to do that. White women are literally like, well, they don't have to be compelled to do it. White women will openly just sell themselves to these people. Like, why would you need to genetically edit a baby when you can just take your pick of a college campus and pay them to do whatever you want after you fly them out to Dubai?
Pretty much.
Like, yeah, maybe the baby's a little more attractive, I guess, but you didn't really make it yourself. You know, you missed out on all the best parts. I just don't see the appeal there. I think there's too much of a racial dominance component with these other groups where I don't think a lot of them even. I think they're the sexual conquest is why they desire a white woman. I don't think that they look at white genes and go, oh, these are the best. We're gonna propagate these. These are what I want all over the earth. I think it's purely a spite motivated thing in most cases where, I want to have sex with this so that I can feel like I am the top male on earth.
Yeah, I agree. And I saw that firsthand in high school with the super seniors, with 20-year-old black men dating 15-year-old white girls and the administration being okay with it. And they would deliberately rub it in the white, quote unquote, white boys' faces.
Yeah. And white women go along with it.
They loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I have my well of sympathy for the white woman has run dry and turned into hatred. I don't sympathize with them. I don't respect them. I don't. Even my own family members used up their tether with me.
Oh yeah, I don't really speak to any women at all. I actually go out of my way to avoid women to the best of my ability these days.
And I feel especially slighted by white women because I always went out of my way to do my best by them.
Which was your mistake, by the way.
Yeah, oh, I know, but that's the thing. If you're gonna punish me for good deeds, damn right I'm gonna punish you whenever I can for bad ones. I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire.
All right, Dismal's calling, and it looks like. How you doing, Buckaroo?
Hey, what's going on, lads?
God, I'm glad it's the real Dismal.
You guys had a shitstorm of Collins or what? I just got here, so.
I always get fucked over on my fucking Collins. Some asshole has to fuck it up, but not today. We fucking figured it out today.
That's good to hear. I'm gonna go back and listen to this later on when I'm hanging out, but I just wanted to kind of follow on Chudian's point with the whole TTC thing. This is like the big public transportation line in Toronto, and it's not like other places like where you live, Thomas, where you can kind of choose to use public transportation or not. Like if you live in Toronto, you are a public transit user, and you'll be sitting in the cart, and it's like some shit out of Star Wars. The stormtroopers, like all these Shiboons and Indian men, will just storm the cabin, and they're demanding everybody show ID to them. And even one guy there, he didn't have it on him, he said. And so they were trying to demand he open his Facebook account to verify like his personhood to them. And he said he didn't have it, and they were basically like taking this guy hostage. They just stood over him for like the whole hour train ride. And people are getting really sick of it. Like even back years ago, I remember taking a Greyhound bus to AC. I went to Atlantic City. And when I was coming back, there was some problem with my tickets. So I was in New York, and I had to go to the little booth there where they manage all of that. I had to get my tickets changed around. And this fat Shiboon is like, she goes, "Where are you trying to go?" And I'm like, "Oh, I got to get to Toronto." She goes, "Toronto? I ain't never heard of no Toronto." And she just looked at me. I'm not even joking. And she looked at me like I was like a piece of shit. And And people are sick of it, and they know we're sick of it. And it seems to me they're taking like two different approaches. Some of them are softening big time. I deal with a lot of groids at my job, unfortunately. Some of them are being like very kind, very meek, but some of them are leaning into it. And not to be too long-winded here, but there's this girl, hopefully she's not listening to this, but she's kind of floated around like our Telegram sphere for many years. She's from Canada, and she's Congolese. And she had this what she's known for is having like this kind of Nazi guy fetish. Like she wants to call them massa, and she wants him to call her like the N-word and stuff. She memes about it. But we've been posting in there just like, talking about T&D and stuff, and she'd immediately pop up after being inactive for like weeks and weeks. The first thing I posted this like kind of joke thing. It was like, happy to announce we've stabilized global demographics, like it's T&D, right? And the first thing she says, how's that going to help the relationship with your brother and your wife? Like that. And they're getting shitty, and they know online racism is not ironic anymore, and it's not funny anymore. Like we're actually we don't even want to hate you anymore. We just want you gone. Like I'm just tired I just want the problem to be gone. And yeah, it's more or less just what I had to say about it. Noticed this with a number of blacks that I interact with online. We had an interaction in your Discord the other day with one who's like, you can tell their guard is up on this because they know we're dead tired of it. So
I hope you're right. I mean, I don't.
It is becoming normalized, but I'm not sure what that'll do. Probably
I
nothing.
don't know what it'll do for sure, but I know that they know that we know that we're like, we want the problem to stop. We don't. It's not even like 10 years ago on 4chan or whatever, where you would kind of enjoy the humor of it. You would enjoy the
Big snood,
memes.
motherfucker.
Yeah, stuff like that, but you'd still kind of include them, and you didn't really want them like gassed. You didn't really want them like taken out. But now it's like people are getting older. My generation's old now, and we kind of just don't want to like live with these people. We're not sure why we have to. But yeah, I was listening like for the last 15 minutes, and it's just a constant reminder of how pathetic the white race is. It's just utterly pathetic.
I think it's more that the white race is contemptible, and the most contemptible element of it are its women. Like I don't know, because I don't think white men are necessarily pathetic. I think that the urge to like cast off the yoke is there, but we're put in a predicament where we have hostile. It's kind of like being a like a Red Army soldier in World War II, where can you blame the Red Army soldier for marching into the Wehrmacht when he has a commissar with a gun to his back? That's kind of where we're at, where yeah, we have all the ethnic hordes in front of us, but we've got Jews and white women with the gun on our back. So
Yeah.
is
What do you guys?
Go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
No.
I was just gonna say, what do you guys think about dashboards like white defect theory, where he talks about the idea that whites have almost like a design flaw in us, and not all of us, obviously we don't because we're here, but like for the most part, whites writ large, they have this like they can't understand when they're being duped, like unless something's made completely explicit, they can't see the like the difference between what somebody says and like the dubiousness of where it leads.
I think it's this whole presumption of innocence. I think that that's where that kind of thing stems from. You know, people always they want to have when they think of themselves when these things are heard, and they think, oh well, you know, I'm a decent person, I'd like to benefit from the presumption of innocence. And instead what the presumption of innocence ends up being extended to is like the most repulsive like human beings to ever exist. They're the ones that it's actually extended to.
Yeah.
And that's why they need to be bludgeoned over the head with undeniable proof, and a lot of the times even that is not enough.
Yeah, there's a quote, I forget who it's from, but it goes, the average person is confronted with a conspiracy so monstrous in nature, the average person cannot fathom it, and that is the conspiracy's greatest defense. Like I was telling people about chemtrails, 20 years ago, and was met with ridicule and slander and all sorts of everything else. So I really don't care.
Yeah.
As far as the white race is concerned, the chickens are about to come home to roost.
Even blacks seem to have no issue with this at all. Like they're just like, shit, COVID vaccine? I ain't doing that eugenics shit. Fuck that.
Well, I think a lot of whites have been very slow to adapt to a low trust society, while all these other groups are born of it and bred in it. I think that it comes down to that too. Like, if everybody around you has always been a scammer, a hustler, a con artist, it's a lot easier to understand when another one is happening. If your whole life has consisted of daddy giving you pats on the head, mommy giving you birth control, every man you interact with giving you like attention and resources, when you come along and go, hey, that person's trying to like slow kill you, right? It's too much for the soft domesticated brain to handle.
It's a conceited self supremacy. They can't view themselves as being lesser than you. Those can't be chemtrails. That means this fucking retard knows something that I don't. And look at him
Yeah.
and look at me.
Yeah.
I saw this video a couple of years ago. It was during COVID, so it was kind of relevant at the time, but it was called The Rat Catcher. I'll share it with you guys privately later, but it was a little documentary about this Polish guy, and he was a complete schizo. Like, you looked at him and the guy looked crazy, right? But what his job was to go into these factories and exterminate the rat problem. And he explained to it, he's like, you have to befriend the rats. You have to like make them trust you. It takes a long time. And then even once they begin to trust you, there's degrees of it. Like some of them have this unwavering trust. They'll eat anything. And he goes, you slowly start poisoning like certain subsets of the population. And he says, there's always a small group of them that never come to trust you, though. And he goes in at the end and just shoots them in the head with the rifle. Like,
I'd watch that.
It's so. Have you seen that?
No, I said I'd watch that. Send it to me.
It's crazy. It's unbelievable. And yeah, it's like I don't know. I see this just like happening to the white race, and like you and Western are like those rats that are just sort of like off to the side, not trusting, and then it's like they come in. You're watching all these other rats just. He said you build such a loyalty from these rats that they'll climb over the dead bodies of other rats to like eat the poison you're giving them. But there's always a group of them that never take it. They'll never ever take the poison. They'll never trust him. They'll never. And he just basically goes in and like drowns them in a bucket at the end. Fucking crazy. It's so crazy, man. It's so like applicable to what's happening to whites, man.
Dismal. People in the chat are like, where the fuck are you? Are you going to come on YouTube? Are you coming back to YouTube? Are you going to do YouTube? They miss you. Is that going to happen?
I'll be back 100%. But
couple months?
Yeah, give me a couple months. If anybody's like really missing me, then I upload like new content sometimes to my little Discord or my little Telegram.
Yeah, get on Telegram.
When I feel like it. I have some like new videos there, but
What do you think about redoing the pacifist eugenics video in light of what's going on with Israel in the Middle East now?
Oh man, that video was so bannable. Like, I was pushing pacifism. I was saying, I don't really like wars, and it's like when you look in at least modern history, there's not a single war that I can think of that would have occurred if it weren't for the Jays, basically guilting everyone and tricking everyone, and like I don't think we'd have had any of the world wars. We wouldn't have had Vietnam. We would like none of them. We would have had like the last 3 centuries of peace probably. I think war is kind of gay, and like we move beyond it, and I don't like it. Like I am a pacifist. I think we can use eugenics to get rid of the types of people that
That's
make
what
war
my
necessary.
problem is, Dismal. It's just policy. Like, if the right policies, we could correct the world if they had good policies. It's not like you have to like.
And we know what they are. They're not some.
It wouldn't even be
secret-
inhumane.
No, you just have oversight on the reproduction of the kinds of people that start wars in the first place. I rethought this whole thing because when you read a lot of the pacifist philosophers and stuff from like the late 1800s and stuff, they were all eugenicists. Like they all said, we're anti-war, we're all for world peace, and yeah, some people gotta get sterilized here. It's like,
All right, I got one asshole in the back. We'll just entertain it. Here we go. Cam Loops, you were live. Go ahead. You got one question or comment. Hurry up. Oh, okay. He ditched. He left. He got scared. Are you guys there?
I don't know. The guy's just griefing me. He's gonna get on stream with the name of the city I live in.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I don't know what town you live in. I'm not that much of a dickhead.
It's whatever. It's not, what are you gonna do? Dox me to my wife? Dox me to the police that already know I dared to ask out a girl? Like, normies are brain dead.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that was like a troll.
Yeah, we didn't know normal guy was gonna be a troll either, eh?
Well,
we're gonna bring him on for the third time. We haven't figured it out. Maybe let's give him a fourth, fifth chance. See you next time, normal guy. We'll do it again.
Yeah, normal guy's been trying to tell me, "Oh, I'm not gonna do the cuck thing no more. Like, bring me back on." It's like, dude, just go away.
Well, I mean, this is exactly what Dismal was just talking about, though. Like, we have this portion of white people that just never seem to clue in. I mean, what would you need from normal guy? Would you need him holding up his like government ID like he's in a Japanese porno, and him saying, my name's normal guy and I'm here to fuck over Thomas White? Like, is that what you'd need to look at him and go,
yeah,
like, this guy's a...
Well, he has had, back when he first called in, he had some good I mean, some interesting things
wait,
to
can
say.
you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, you're there. Can you hear me? You there, Dismal? The fuck happened? Western Client, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
No, normal guy's been like DMing me. He really No, I know. I shouldn't have let him on. But he's been DMing me and he really wants to get on and blah blah blah. And then every time it's just cocky shit. Every fucking time.
Well, I guess we just keep voting conservative until he stops doing it.
Yeah. I guess we can end the stream. It's fucking 4 hours. Actually, I got a list of names I suppose I could read off to you. Or should we do that? You got time? Should we get out of here?
No, I'm down. When we're done with the names, I got a little excerpt I want to read too.
Cool. I got 3 names for you. And this first one's going to be a typical, like, Maury Povich. The Maury Show?
I mean,
I know who he is.
Well, that's
what did he really do other than showcase the behavior of white women? You know, people accuse him of being subversive and you know, trying to destroy the nuclear family through depicting white people acting in low class ways and making entertainment out of it, normalizing it. But none of that would have been possible without the participation of the white women that get into all these fucking insane relationships.
He's like the BET Jerry Springer.
You know what? Now that I think about it, like Jerry Springer and Maury Povich might have been doing like a service. They were trying to like reach the dumb idiot public, and the dumb idiot public just thought it was a funny show and didn't think nothing of it. They just thought everybody, you know, there's nothing.
Yeah, you shouldn't be laughing when you watch those shows. You should be thinking like, these are my fellow Americans.
Yeah, like all the really old people, not boomers. I'm talking when I was young. These people were greatest generation, silent generation people. They hated Jerry Springer. Like my grandpa and his friends. I mean, they probably would have thrown a rope around him if they could have.
All right. The next name is going to be Harvey Levine, or whatever. TMZ, the big, you know, Jew boy on TMZ.
I don't know. I don't know how to feel about TMZ. I think in their pursuit to be first, a lot of the times they actually occasionally post things that are kind of true that wouldn't get posted anywhere else because of their desire to be out ahead of anything. It's kind of like how Ariel Harwani with the UFC is also a big Jew, but because of his desire to always have the inside scoop and like his like journalism drive and the conniving, he is worth listening to, at least regarding MMA, because he has all of his industry connections where he can, you know, get information that other people don't have access to sooner.
Well, how about the whole laughing at Charlie Kirk on a hot mic? What do you guys think about that?
I think he's a Mossad agent anyway. So that doesn't surprise me. I think he's a handler for a lot of people in Hollywood. I think he's like a Jeffrey Epstein type himself.
Oh, I think he's a homosexual too.
Well, that doesn't mean anything with the Jews.
Yeah. And that I just hate the whole, like, if it was reversed, if like a show was more of like a racist right wing show laughing at a leftist who got, you know, shot and killed in the middle of a college campus. Like, it's just kind of brutal that they can just laugh at Charlie Kirk getting blown away and nothing happens and it's no big deal, and just, it was just some homie in a police chase. Like, they just like lied about it.
What I always tell myself with this sort of situation is, like, if you had told Charlie Kirk that something like this was going to happen with him, he would have told you no. He would have said, no, you know, we have to have these conversations. Like, talking is the best answer. Like, that's how we resolve this. We come together and we hear each other's point of view, like some altruistic slop like that.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk kind of reminds me of Indiana Jones and was it The Last Crusade with the Holy Grail, when the one Templar's like, you chose wrong. And that's what Charlie Kirk did. He backed Israel. He backed the Satanist, and then he got cold feet at the last moment and tried to back out. They probably tried to introduce him to some really fucked up shit, and he got scared and said no, and then pussyfooted out, and they just killed him.
Yeah, that's very similar what happened to me, and I don't have much of a anywhere near. I can't imagine what kind of things they're putting him up towards.
Yeah, I bet they tried to sell him a pretty dark ticket, and when he turned it down, they just, blew him away.
There's a chilling effect, though, with Charlie Kirk, and I'm not a fan of Charlie Kirk, but I think a lot of normal people were affected by that, and I think it did kind of stunt and affect the general public more than like maybe the The black.
Well, it was a point of no return, right? Like if you're gonna assassinate somebody for being right wing, like Charlie Kirk's a pretty fucking bad one to pick because like he was the guy that was actually just talking to people. At the same time, though, from the left's perspective, that's the one you want to get rid of because that's the one that you can't paint as unreasonable and unwilling to have conversations. He's the one that's sitting there all day, putting in the work, talking to retarded blue hairs on campuses day in and day out.
You could sell them to the moderates. Like centrists would, they love Charlie. So
I just think Charlie Kirk was a big deal. Not to me or like incels or right wing like Wignats even, but I mean he was like for him to just get blown away right on television, like right on like video, like it's like that's what they'll do if you can't do now. If Charlie Kirk can't get away, I mean, or affect
hell, they did that to a
blow
JFK.
you away. They just blow you away.
And they
Yeah.
got away with it with President
Charles Lindbergh got his little baby snatched from like some Jew boy. Brutal. All right, last name David Foster Wallace, the writer.
What did he write?
He was in the 90s, kind of a quirky guy. He wrote what is this book called? Jesus Christ, I gotta fucking look it up. Forgot the fucking book he wrote, but he, kind of called out American culture as like a shopping mall, like before people knew, like.
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, watch his
I think
interview.
I've heard the name before, but
Watch a
never
couple interviews. He's actually an interesting fella.
Yeah, I just Googled him, so I'll check him out. I haven't heard of him.
Yeah, Infinite Jest was the book. Oh,
Yeah,
just already had it in the chat. Our people in the chat already had it. I was like looking at my phone, Googling it. Yeah, Infinite Jest. I listened to some of his interviews. He was, he was all right. I don't know. He's kind of an interesting guy. Kind of didn't really, kind of too milquetoast though, in middle of the road. But a smart guy who.
Infinite Jest sounds like that Shriner shit about mirth.
All right. Why don't you read that excerpt and then we'll get out of here.
Sure. Where is it? Okay. I mean, this is an excerpt from a book that people might recognize, but it describes what we're dealing with right now, and that's why I snipped it originally. So, when a delegation of organization people went to Harding last month and suggested a joint organization military rule for Northern California with Harding's forces handling defense matters and the organization handling civilian matters, including police functions, Harding arrested them and has refused to release them. Since then, he has been issuing idiotic proclamations about restoring the Constitution, stamping out communism and pornography, and holding new elections to reestablish the Republican form of government intended by the Founding Fathers, whatever that means. And he has denounced our radical measures in the South as communism. He is appalled that we didn't hold some sort of public referendum before expelling the non-whites and that we didn't give individual trials to the Jews and race criminals we dealt with summarily. Doesn't the old fool understand that the American people voted themselves into the mess they're in now? Does he not understand that the Jews have taken over the country fair and square according to the Constitution? Doesn't he understand that the common people have already had their chance at self-government and they blew it? Where does he think new elections can possibly lead now with this generation of TV conditioned voters, except right back into the same Jewish pigsty? And how does he think we could have solved our problems here except by the radical measures that we used? Does Harding not understand that the chaos in his area will continue to grow worse until he identifies the categories of people responsible for that chaos and deals with them categorically? That it is physically impossible, considering the relative numbers involved, for him to deal with Jews, blacks, Chicanos, and other troublesome elements on an individual basis? Apparently not, because the idiot is still making appeals to reasonable black leaders and to patriotic Jews to help him order. Harding, like conservatives in general, can't bring himself to do what must be done because it would mean punishing the innocent along with the guilty, the good Negroes and the loyal Jews along with the rest, as if those had any meaning in the present context, and so afraid of treating individuals unjustly, he is unfloundering around helplessly while everything goes to hell and the civilians in his area die from starvation like flies. Generals should be made of sterner stuff.
Brutal.
That's Turner Diaries from what,
It's-
the 80s, and that's what we have now. We have impotent limp dick conservatards that do absolutely nothing, that have Negro analysis paralysis, Jew analysis paralysis. They go, oh, but I know one who's totally good, so that can't be true.
Well, not only
And
do they say that, but they eat filet mignon and live in a glass house. I mean, like
it's
Alex
just it's never
Jones.
it's never fixable. Like, you know, I don't share the opinion with Eichenfelder that if you had somebody like, if you had a Goebbels propaganda minister, that he could turn this around. I think the damage is done. I think it's irrevocable, and I think that you'd have to go Senator Armstrong on it to even have a chance. Like, the
No,
slate
I
has
agree.
to be
I
wiped
agree with you.
clean.
That
The slate
was
has to be wiped clean completely.
I didn't make
yeah.
that point. It was the other guy that made that point.
Oh, I apologize.
No, you're good. You're
Continue.
good. I agree with you. Yeah, there's no propagandizing your way out of this. The average German citizen in 1930 was, 3 or 4 standard deviations more intelligent than the average American, and had a much
Not even
more.
about intelligence so much as it's that the population has so much. The American population's it's not salvageable. It's
No, it's not.
We got a low IQ AI guy in the chat that he's here with the kosher racism. You're allowed to say the N word, but don't say that. Don't point out the Jews. You got to stay in the. You got to stay in the limited hangout of racism and only criticize the groups that are given to you by the real problem to criticize.
The American environment is just, it's not salvageable. And if you think you can do it, like
It's not just America. It's Canada. It's the UK. It's probably Australia and New Zealand.
It's the Anglosphere.
yeah,
It's just finished.
it
The
really.
Boomers still have another decade in power too.
I know. I think I blackpilled some of my friends too about that. Like, your boomer parents aren't going anywhere. They're going to be around another 20 years. Like, get ready. It ain't gonna. Nothing's gonna. No. Like, yeah, I agree with that entirely. Like, it's over. There's no. America's not worth saving. Like repeal the 19th Amendment. Go back to the 50s. Kick out the illegals, and then what? They just come back. It just all comes back. It's not a system that's set up to prosper it. It's just a fucking. It's a society for the evil doer, the scoundrel, the con artist, the capitalist, the rich people,
The Jew.
the Jew. Yeah.
Who dominates in a rootless economic zone?
Not
The rootless cosmopolitan.
honorable white men. But no, good stream today, guys. I think we had about 210, over 200 listening today. That was cool. I mean, we hadn't streamed in what, 3-4 weeks.
I was gonna say not bad for first time in a month.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good stream. That's all she wrote, I think. We'll probably do another stream in the next week or 2 or 3 or maybe 4 weeks. I don't know. We'll do a stream. Maybe I'll get a ban. I'll probably get banned after this stream, but whatever.
I
It was
don't know.
fun.
I think we did fine.
Yeah, we might. I don't think we said the N word, but
Nope. Went a whole 4 hours without one. Good job, team.
no, Western Klein, I really appreciate you hopping on and hanging out with me again, and we're doing another stream. It was cool. We got the same guy who's doing dude. You're not. He's a dick flasher. You try to come on, dick flasher. No, the stream's over. You're late, Bucko.
And notice who's trying to tear you down. Have we had any non-white dicks flashed on the screen?
Well, don't jinx us now.
No, seriously. of the guys actually
bash
whipping their,
types.
it's
the-
all kind of spiteful mutant, like hateful 80, like bottom of the barrel white guys. You know,
Reddit types.
the kind of white guys that actually deserve to be incel and would be in any other period of history.
That
You
are
know,
okay with their
they love it as it is. They love that, you know, the Jew has structured things in such a way that they can access things that they never would have had before. And they're on Team Moshi now because it means that you know, they get it, right? It's the 300 effect where, you know, you didn't let these invalids LARP as your Praetorians or whatever, and you know, they're gonna be mad about it.
You can't address this. Like, the problem is that white women and white men are your biggest obstacle if you're like a Wignet type guy or whatever. Like, that's just the facts of the matter. Anyway, no, seriously though, I appreciate you, Eschenfelder. It was good to have you call in, man. I haven't talked to you in a while, so thank you for calling in and hanging out with us.
Thank you for letting me chill,
Yeah,
man.
I'm sorry again for misattributing you.
No, it's okay. I just had to put my foot down on that one.
No,
Yeah,
you're right.
Leaving this shit.
No, Western Decline, you really did. You just nailed it again. You always do. I hope you get a YouTube channel, but you know, that's probably not realistic, but whatever. Yeah, we'll do another stream hopefully in like the future. Everyone have a good night, and thank you for thank you for the people that called in.